Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. I'm your host, Dom Slays, and welcome to episode 116. What the fuck is Gucci? How are we doing, man? How are we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? I'm your host, Dom Slays, like I said. Happy Monday. How is everybody? What's good? Quite the show. Tonight we have um literally a ton of really good submissions, and I think actually what's crazy is we'll be able to get through all of our submissions tonight, which is pretty nuts because I don't think we've done that in a long time. I truly don't think we've done that since like 2022. I can't remember the last time we've done an episode and actually got through all of the submissions. So definitely excited about that because that'll be really cool. 3 weeks, at the very least, at the very least, at the bare minimum. Um, but what the fuck is good, chat? How we doing? Who the fuck is in here? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing on this fine Monday? Mark, what's good? Bananas, what's good? How are you guys? Welcome, 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 welcome. PDG, what's good, homie? Hope you're well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just getting some notes, organized here, and then we're gonna talk about the week, and then we're gonna get started. You guys know what's good. Working, amazing. What's up? What's up? That's what I like to hear. Okay. So let's just talk about the last week. We'll start light. Let's discuss. So, episode 115 of the Music Mondays podcast is available on all platforms, including our YouTube channel, which, by the way, our channel is approaching 140 subscribers. I think we're only like 2 subscribers away from 140, so you guys are amazing. Let's fucking get it, baby. So, and yeah, of course, it's available on all audio platforms, like I mentioned. Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, you guys know the drill. And of course, it's available on our YouTube channel. So huge shout out to everybody that submitted to episode 115. Huge shout out to everybody that came through and showed love to episode 115. You guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Feature Friday. So, if you noticed, there was a lack of a YouTube upload this week on Thursday because we usually upload a smaller segment on our channel every Thursday, but we had filmed Feature Friday that week at some point last week because today's the 10th of April. So we filmed that last week and we decided obviously to just drop it on Friday in exchange for a YouTube upload. So I sat down with Lord Heretic and Zion. Now, many of you know Heretic from our past episodes of Feature Friday. Heretic used to submit to the show all the time, and now Heretic writes for Music Mondays. So, and then on top of that, I do a lot of management work for Heretic as well. So you guys already knew what was good with Heretic for the most part, right? But Heretic has a new project coming out with a very talented artist and producer named Zion. So I got them both on Feature Friday to discuss their new project, Lord Through the Portal. We went through a whole bunch of topics, and it was relatively short as well. It's about 35 to like 40 minutes. So like we covered a lot of bases in a really short amount of time. Like it's a really good interview. So if you haven't seen that, definitely go check that out because that's a banger. And we're looking to put out more Feature Fridays and Workshop Wednesdays. I already have the next Workshop Wednesday pretty much set in stone. Really just got to record it, and then that'll be coming at you guys within the next couple of weeks, which will be really cool. But yeah, Feature Friday episode 4 is available right now on our YouTube channel if you'd like to go check that out. And definitely go subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. Like I said, if you have not already, we are 2 subs away from 140. So go click that sub button if you haven't already. But yeah, Feature Friday is great. That's one of those kind of segments that I wanted to keep separate from Music Mondays because the show has become such a main staple, right? And I don't want to change up the show too much. Um, so that was kind of like my way to dedicate a section of our content to an artist, right? So that was really one of those things where it was away from the show, but it was a part of the show. It was a very one-on-one, no reviews, no intro, get straight to the point. That's our very much like our interview piece of content, much like the breakdown, except the breakdown's a little bit more specific and longer, whereas the Feature Friday will go into more specific stuff or, maybe albums or things like that. So yeah, Feature Friday episode 4 is available on the channel right now. So make sure you go show the channel some love. And actually, I just saw coming in from the notifications, Gone Bananas has subscribed to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. So with that said, we are officially one subscriber away from 140, okay? So let's fucking push over that mark. And I want to get the Music Mondays YouTube channel to have more subs than me. That's honestly the first goal. So once we push past 150, it'll be pretty lit. But yeah, huge shout out to Gone Bananas. Just subscribed live on the show. So a brand new interview is available right now on allmusicmondays.com. It's by our staff writer Arctic. Arctic sat down with Stars MP3, and they had a really wonderful conversation. I mean, Arctic is such a good writer. This is the second piece that Arctic has put out through Music Mondays, and just such a good fucking writer. Like, really, like, sometimes articles, you can tell right off the rip if you're going to want to read it or not. Every time I read an Arctic piece, it always makes me want to keep reading it. So Arctic is such a blessing. Extremely talented writer. But Arctic sat down with Stars MP3, a producer outside of Pennsylvania, I believe. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, they had a wonderful conversation, and that's available on allmusicmondays.com right now. So make sure you go check that out and go show Arctic and Stars some love. Easter Sunday was yesterday, so I hope you guys had a good Easter for those of you who celebrate. It's funny. I was thinking about it yesterday, like, as the years went by, right? Like, everybody likes to put all this meaning behind, like, certain holidays and blah, 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 blah. Like, fuck that. It's just a good excuse to, like, hang out with your friends and appreciate family. And even if it's just small shit, right? Like, you're just hanging out with your friends or just somebody you care about, even if it's online, just chilling in a Discord call. Like, it's that day to do that. You know what I mean? Because we need to be doing more of that as a society. So holidays for me have just always been that now, especially now that I'm older, right? Christmas, this holiday, that holiday, whatever. It's not really like a festive thing is the word I'm looking for. It's more of like an appreciation thing, you know what I mean? Like, especially now, like, just a really good excuse to, like, kick back and, like, not only, like, appreciate, like, your life, right? But appreciate everything around you. You know what I mean? The friends that do give a fuck about you, you know the ones I'm talking about. The family that gives a fuck about you, you know the ones that I'm talking about. You know what I mean? It's days to go call them. It's days to go visit those people and fucking just bullshit around and eat a bunch of food and just chill out. You know what I mean? So that's why I fuck with holidays like that. You know what I mean? Because it's just one of those excuses. So like I said, for those of you that did something yesterday, I hope you guys had a good Easter. But if you didn't, I hope you had a good Sunday regardless. Because you want to know why? Because SoundCloud Sunday, motherfucker, Volume 77 is available right now. That's why it was a good Sunday, bitch. Let's fucking go. That's why, goddammit. But yeah, SoundCloud Sunday, Volume 77 is available right now on the Music Monday SoundCloud. That was curated by myself and Depressed this week. I did the art, just some real Zob Slays type art, to be honest with you. Anytime you don't see credit on the art, it's 9 times out of 10 by me, or 10 times out of 10 to be honest with you. So yeah, check out the SoundCloud Sunday Volume 77. About 30 tracks or so. I think we're pushing 230 tracks. I think now, just because we're getting so many submissions on SoundCloud Sunday. Um, so yeah, if you're ever interested in submitting for SoundCloud Sunday, make sure you're following us on Twitter, and make sure you look out for submissions every Wednesday. Um, again, there aren't like a lot of great platforms to curate music on. You know what I mean? So Twitter's really like the home base for us, just for that reason alone, because it's so easy for us to curate music in a timely manner, right? Because you do it on Instagram, your DMs break and they stop loading. You do it in fucking Tumblr, the UI is a mess. You do it on Reddit, nobody's going on there because it's a shithole. Like it's a very weird time to curate music. So huge shout out to the Twitter community. And make sure you tell your artist friends about SoundCloud Sunday, and make sure you tell your friends about SoundCloud Sunday. Too many people out here need new music to listen to. So, show them SoundCloud Sunday. That's 100% the place they want to be at. Because Music Mondays is not only a place for artists, but it's also a place for um, listeners as well, and supporters to find, new music and things that they're into. Whether it be underground art, underground music, underground fashion, and you name it. You know what I mean? So, go check out SoundCloud Sunday. All 77 volumes, but 77 is available right now on our SoundCloud. And huge shout out to Depressed for curating that with me, and huge shout out to everybody that submitted. So that takes us to Monday, April 10th, episode 116 of the Music Mondays podcast. We are here live. Our weekly recap was released today as well. Just a short written version of what I just walked through with you guys. So if you missed that, make sure you go check that out. Of course, direct links to all of our socials and all that good stuff is available pretty much everywhere. So go show the weekly recap some love. What's coming for Music Mondays? Well, we're pretty much well off into April. Like I said, today's April 10th. We have quite a few things coming. So, the big thing right now is we're currently recruiting. So if you're a journalist, a writer, a curator, designer, you're an underground enthusiast, you're a content creator, you do YouTube, you want to do short form content, reels, TikTok, and you're interested in joining the Music Monday staff team, feel free to hit us up, pitch yourself with your resume, or even if you don't have a resume, just pitch yourself on why you think you'd be good to join the staff team. And of course, many of you know that Music Mondays is very early in monetization, so everything that we do is very much self-funded, and anything else is funded by the community. We're very early in our Patreon days, and we don't charge for anything here. So a lot of this is coming from a lot of the hard work that we do. So if you're interested in helping us build Music Mondays, feel free to, like I said, send us a pitch, send us your resume, come join the team. And of course, you can check out the whole Music Mondays roster on allmusicmondays.com. It's right under the contact page. We have about 9 staff members currently right now. It's been a really crazy week for the Music Monday staff. We've shuffled around a couple roles. We had to let a few people go. But the team at its core is still everything, to be honest with you. It's a really, really solid group of individuals, and they're all handpicked for a very specific reason. I think like 90% of the staff are independent underground artists themselves, and if they're not, they're very much enthusiastic about the underground. That's one thing that I do, my due diligence with, is because I don't allow anybody on the roster that doesn't care about this scene like I care about this scene. You know what I mean? So if you can't relate to like the passion that's really going on in Music Mondays, or you don't like care about the underground scene, then this definitely is like not the place for you. Because we don't deal with any mainstream media, and anytime you do see us deal with mainstream media, it probably has an underground connection. You know what I mean? Like we don't touch base on any of that. We're very much for the people and for the community. So, like I said, if that interests you, feel free to send us a message. Send us a email. You can find our email on our website, or you can send me a message at ZomSlays, or you can DM us on Twitter as well at All Music Mondays. So keep that in mind. Recruiting is open, my friends. Like I said, Workshop Wednesday will be coming this week. I'll be recording that and giving you guys a a rough date on when that is dropping. I'm not gonna say who it's with yet because it's gonna be a pretty good surprise, and I think you guys are gonna learn a lot from it. And we're actually getting into a couple of um, early ideas with tutorials, cover art tutorials, beat tutorials, just pretty much underground tips and tricks for anybody that's new out there that doesn't know how to do certain things, but maybe, also doesn't know where to look for resources as well. So we're going to be diving into that into the coming months. Um, so be on the lookout for that. We'll have a new exclusive dropping in April as well on our SoundCloud. So definitely be on the lookout for that. And if you're interested in getting your track hosted on the Music Money SoundCloud and YouTube channel, definitely feel free to send us an email. We don't charge for that. We never will charge for that. If you're interested in getting something hosted and promoted by us, definitely pitch it. And of course, exclusives only, so nothing that's been released anywhere else. Just let us upload the SoundCloud and YouTube, and you can do whatever you want to do with the rest, to be honest with you. So yeah, if that's something that interests you as well, definitely, send us an email. For sure, send us an email, 100%. So those are like the immediate things that are on the table right now. Expect a couple freestyle designs, staff design showcase. The breakdown will continue. That's something that is not really like in limbo, but I'm figuring out how I want to move forward with the breakdown. So that's something that's again not in limbo, but it's just put on hold for right now. So that way we can kind of allocate that to the proper person on the staff team that really wants to get involved with that. So I'll definitely keep you guys posted on that as well. One other thing, we'll be doing a lot of stream upgrades as well. I'm looking to get a couple layouts, change things around with our face cam, and really just upgrade the stream for a better viewing experience for anybody that actually watches the videos. Of course, for all you audio listeners out there, you guys that doesn't really apply to. You know what I mean? But yeah, we'll be doing a lot of those smaller things as the weeks come through. So we're really just mapping out April. I had a really good meeting with the staff team. I think last Tuesday. We pretty much discussed a few ideas for quarter 2 and how we're going to roll into the summer. Obviously, nothing super concrete yet, but we kind of have a really good selection of ideas to go through the coming months. So you guys will know about all that stuff first as well. So yeah, that's basically like your spring 2023 preview. Lots of really good small monthly content coming back. Our weekly content will always stay the same. Recruiting, and of course we'll get you in case you missed it monthly ASAP Rocky as well. So I think that takes care of like quite a few things for April. So outside of updates, I think we're good there. We're all caught up. Um, Again, like I said, I hope you guys had a really good week. I hope everything's good. But before we get into reactions and reviews, one thing that I wanted to discuss with you guys is kind of funny. So I got a comment, and this isn't like the only time that I've gotten this comment, but it's kind of funny because somebody commented that they would like to see a guest on the Music Money's podcast. And which it occurred to me like, yeah, like we've had guests on the show plenty of times and whatnot. But we've never like I guess had like a full guest episode where somebody either sat down and did reactions with us, or we've never like fully brought on somebody to just kind of do like a collab episode. So that's definitely something I'm going to look into. Like we could easily do that, right? But like at the end of the day, like it's just got to be like the right person in the right time, because I'm definitely not like opposed to it. Um, I think that's a great idea. But it's like, we would really need to like think it out, to be honest, and really like try to figure out how, when, and who would get involved with the show. So again, that's something we're kind of toying around with, and definitely something that I look forward to kind of bringing with you guys. Cole, what's good, homie? I hope you're well. We just got done with weekly updates. We're going over a couple of ideas that we had for the show. And to kind of add on to that idea, right? Um, to kind of add on to that idea of, like somebody coming on to like host the show for like a special episode. I think that's a great idea, but I've always thought about that, but at the end of the day, I would really like a co-host for the show. You know what I mean? Like I would really like a co-host, but somebody having that open of a schedule, like I just need another full-time content creator that I can actually trust and blend with. Cuz I guess a few of the staff members would work, but I don't think their schedule would really like call for it. You know what I mean? So that's really why it hasn't come up. Like I'm full time with this shit. Like many of you guys know, I'm doing a ton of content throughout the week for Music Mondays. I'm managing multiple platforms and artists, and then I stream at night. You know what I mean? Like I stream at night as well, so I'm completely full time, and it's hard to find somebody that can match that schedule. So that's the thing. And it's not that they need to match my weekly schedule. It would just have to be like every Monday. You know what I mean? Like I've been doing the show for the last 116 weeks on a Monday. You know what I mean? And that's like a lot to ask somebody. You know what I mean? Like that's a lot to ask of somebody. Especially where the show is at currently. So once the stream grows more, it'd be a lot easier to, get somebody to come on for like a monthly kind of payment or something like that, to like compensate them for their time and to like make it worth it for them. But right now, like I really can't see that being like a feasible like option. And to like put that on somebody's shoulders is pretty rough. So that's kind of why I put it on my shoulders and I kind of take care of the show every week. And again, like yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, 100%. 100% Cole. But if you want to cook with what I got to offer, feel free to hit me up with Definitely a combo. Yeah, like, I would like a lot more guest episodes. You know what I mean? Like, even if it's not like a dedicated co host, I would definitely like a lot more guest episodes. Because not only I think that's like a really, um, like a beneficial thing for the community, but I think the platform would really benefit from that as well. So that's gonna be something I toy around with within the coming weeks and things like that. But as far as like a dedicated co-host goes, there hasn't been anybody that crossed my radar yet. Yet. Because I have a lot of like really good friends that I think would be really great hosts that I think we could blend with really well. But they just don't have the time. You know what I mean? They're either working real jobs or they're doing music or they're kind of just in like a different realm. So that's kind of like where I'm at with that. But my eyes are always open and my ears are always open with um new ideas. So guest episodes 100%. Co-host we're looking, but we're not, if it happens it happens, right? Like we're not like forcing for a co-host. But yeah. Yeah, so a couple things to think about there. A couple things to think about, but that's what's going down for Music Mondays, and that's where we're at right now as far as um what's coming up in April, what's on our table, where we're at. So expect a spring 2023 preview to go up on the channel. Um probably this week. Absolutely. We get a Monday off, you know I'm game. Yeah, no, exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. Like guest episodes, like 1 billion%. Like 1 billion%. Co-hosts, like I said, we'll be looking. You know what I mean? We'll be looking, but it's got to be natural. You know what I mean? It's got to be natural. So with that said, if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you like, drop a comment, let us know what you think. Let us know who you want to see on the show as well. If you're watching on YouTube, definitely give us any suggestions for the show in general. To be honest with you, any suggestions would be great. You know, we're always looking to improve the show and hear from the community. Like any feedback is good feedback. Obviously, if you're a fucking prick, we're not, we're not gonna give a fuck. Like, but if you're giving genuine feedback on things that you would, you know, want to see on the show and things like that, feel free. Sound off in the comments. Would love that. So, with that said, that does it for updates. But, you guys know what time it is, and I know what you're all here for. I mean, most of you guys are here for some updates too, right? But, you know, everybody's really here for a little bit of reactions and reviews. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? I think I'm right. So, I hope that Cohen did not swap you out. No, exactly, Cole. Nah, see, Cole, you just hit the nail on the head. You knew exactly what I was getting at, 100%. Because, like, I definitely would never swap out. I definitely just think a co-host would give some more insight and, you know, make it more enjoyable for the listeners. And then I could have somebody to, like, bounce ideas off of live. You know what I mean? Or we'd be reacting to tracks and maybe we'd have different types of reactions. You know what I mean? Like, that would make the show, like, really even more intimate. So things like that I would love. You know what I mean? Again, we're just kind of keeping our eyes open for it and not like forcing to like look for a co-host because it's got to be something that's like natural, but at the same time like totally down for it. You know what I mean? Like totally down for it. Um so yeah, with that said, let's get into episode 116 reactions and reviews. So, the majority of you know the drill. But if you don't know the drill and you're brand new to Music Mondays and you're like, Zom, Music Mondays, how the fuck do I submit to the show? Where do I submit to the show? Why do you fucking take submissions on Twitter? And questions like that. So we're going to dive into it. Tweets will always be in this same format. Artists and creatives submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays, live on 4/10/23 at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, twitch.tv/ZomPlayers, which is here and now. If you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creation, drop your links and portfolios below. All art forms are welcome. So, with that said, the majority of our content is music, but contrary to our name, we've reacted to and reviewed a large variety of underground content, everything from instrumentals, music videos, vocals, graphic design, um, acoustic covers, DJ sets, merchandise, fashion designs, you name it, we've reacted to it here on the show. So feel free to submit anything, not just music. We're open to reacting to all types of art, right? You know, just watch any episode of Music Mondays. You can see that we've, you know, really reacted and reviewed so many different types of, um, you know, independent underground content. Because, you know, the main reasoning behind that was, you know, everybody is multi-talented. The majority of the underground is multi-fucking talented. Like everybody does their own cover art, everybody produces their own beats, everybody films their own videos. So that's why we don't narrow it down to just music. And we like to get everybody involved, whether you are a graphic designer or, you know, you are doing visual edits, and, you know, we want to get the other creatives involved as well. So that's the reasoning behind that. But that's the main format of the tweets each week. So we do have a couple of guidelines that we'll talk about. So the show is at a 4-hour show limit. So once we hit about 4 hours, we usually cut the submissions off there, and then we do our outro, and then we obviously come back next week every Monday, right? The only thing that we do ask is that you're following Music Mondays on Twitter before you submit. Because again, all like literally all of our submissions are free. All of our content is free. You can't pay for an interview. We'll never ask you to pay for an interview. We don't do that here. That's not the type of platform that I run, and I've never ran any of my platforms like that. So the only thing that we do ask is that you're following Music Mondays on Twitter before you submit to not only help grow the platform, but to help spread the word in the community. And to also give respect to the people that do submit every week, right? And do support our platform. So come and join us. You know what I'm saying? But that's the only thing that we do ask. Um, and that's about it, to be honest with you. As far as major guidelines go, our Patreon subscribers, that is, get their submissions played first every week. So, if you're not interested in staying for the whole 4 hour show, if you're not, really too keen on things like that, if you're a member of our Patreon, you'll be played first each week. So just keep that in mind. And if you're like, damn, I'm trying to cut the line and, I'm not trying to wait, that's probably the place for you. So definitely go check out our Patreon if you're interested, because there's a ton of benefits, not just that. We're doing a lot of really, really cool stuff on our Patreon, as well as a bunch of early access content. You know what I mean? Like, we're putting up interviews early. We're fucking, you know, putting up YouTube videos early. We're doing basically like everything early. So, um, that's going to be like our bread and butter. So if you're interested in a lot of the like early ideas that we're coming up with, and you're interested in not only supporting the platform, but really like getting like an insider look on like what's going on with Music Mondays, the Patreon is the place to be. And of course, all those funds in the Patreon will be used to fund Music Mondays, things like live shows, things like merch, all those sorts of things. So Patreon is something that we're really trying to grow for the community, so we can give back to the community and really bring you guys, the best online events, but also the best IRL events. So we're really trying to move things forward. So the Patreon is very important. And while we're on the topic, huge shout out to all of our patrons as well. We have a couple in the chat. Cole, Mark, TDG, huge shout out to all you guys for being Patreon subscribers. You guys are amazing. And everybody else, to be honest with you. Anybody else lurking and chilling, anybody else that did sub to the Patreon, all of you guys are excellent. Just know that we won't ever let you down. And if you're going to support any platform, this is the one. And you can quote me, clip it, post it, ship it, save this. Mark my words. So, that's the details on the Patreon. And of course, this week you guys will be getting a whole boatload of early stuff, because we have a whole bunch of stuff to actually get out this week for Music Mondays. So if you are a Patreon subscriber, definitely keep your eyes out, and always check Patreon for new shit. I paid for my interview and Chuck E. Cheese tickets, $500 to be exact. Yeah, that's like the only thing you can pay for Music Mondays interviews for. It's got to be Chuck E. Cheese, merchandise, tickets, pizza, anything like that. Okay, it's the only form of payment that we accept around here. So yeah, that's about it. Submissions will usually close about 30 to 45 minutes before the show starts, just so we can get a quick head count, and we let everybody know that the show's about to start, right? Because we are a live show, so we like to keep things free flow. We don't take any submissions while the show is live. So if you're interested in submitting for the show every week, just know that you have about like 6.5 to like just about 7 days to submit. So definitely keep that in mind. Definitely keep that in mind. But yeah, that's about it. Short, sweet, to the point. The only thing that we do ask is that you're following the show, and if you're interested in being played first, make sure you subscribe to our Patreon, and you'll be good to go. So let's fucking get into it. So the first thing that we do every week now is we check out how many of our Patreons actually submitted this week. So we have Cole, who submitted this week, who's Music Mondays Patreon. We have Bloodcat as well. We have the homie SLM, who's also Music Mondays Patreon. We got TDG and Blank Thought. So we got a couple of our Patrons coming through this week. I love that. Okay. All right, chat. Let's fucking hop right in. So first up on our Patreon list, in order, is our homie Cole Gerard. Excuse me. I got fiber now on the 720p, baby. Let's fucking go, Cole. We love that. We love the new internet, man. So just in time, let's get it. Many of you know Cole from the varying styles and genre blending and engineering and doing a whole lot for a whole lot of people. You know what I'm saying? So, Cole submissions are nothing short of always very, very interesting and always a pleasure to listen to. But this week, Cole submitted a track titled "Oh Dear." Mixing it up, back on circuit next week. Little quickie SoundCloud drop might go. Okay. So we got some brand new Cole Gerard. Interesting. Okay. I think this actually made SoundCloud Sunday yesterday, but of course, this will be the first time we are reacting to it here on the show. Holy shit, that cat is goated. I just realized what this was. This cat is a gangster. What? This cat is 100% a gangster. Like, what? Let's get it, Seasons. Showing some love. We love that. TDG showing some love. Okay. All right, let's get into it. Cole Gerard, Oh Dear, brand new 5 days ago. Let's go. Oh, man. Wow. That was a fucking trip. That was definitely a fucking trip. Yeah, that cat is the GOAT, by the way. Cole's main character, and this is anime theme song. Yeah. No, you're not kidding. I like this kind of rogue drop though. I feel like this style fits Cole like extremely well. We haven't heard so many tracks from Cole that kind of dive into this like alternative electronic, alternative like EDM, almost like super bass like styles. We literally have not heard much of this. So let's dive in. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're talking about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of "Oh Dear." So, man, oh man, the instrumental is something to behold. Honestly, so this is kind of crazy because, like I said, this general style isn't something that like we hear from Cole too often. But I feel like this instrumental was quite the choice in itself. The mix was great, nothing clashing too overbearing. I love the sound selection. Like the sound selection on this instrumental is everything. Everything from the bass to the synths to just the whole package is really there. To be honest with you, like this is how you'd want this kind of like alternative electronic, a vibe to really sound. You know what I mean? You'd really want it to sound like this. So this is perfect. Structure is excellent. I like how this was structured as well, especially for kind of a track on the shorter side, clocking in at 124, kind of like just a loosey. I feel like the structure was everything here. Like these short tracks are fine as long as you're like doing shit with them, right? And this is doing shit with them. Like that second drop and like the halfway point is like perfect. So structure was everything here. I actually might even say it's structure the shining star for the instrumental, to be honest with you. I like the structure a lot. So the instrumental, very, very solid. Let's talk vocals though. So vocals are great. I mean, well, let's just the mix is definitely per usual. Very much on par with, you know, Cole Gerard. It's a very solid tight mix, but I can't really even say I'm shocked. You know what I mean? I guess for a track like this, I could see how it would give you a little bit of trouble, right? Because it's so wide, there's so much going on, and actually getting like a solid mix on this would cause certain people some trouble. But even for how extravagant of a song this is, I feel like this mix is A1. But to the point, not really surprised, you know what I mean? Because 99% of Cole's tracks are very much tightly mixed, very well rounded. It has this kind of nice coat of paint, if you will. You know what I mean? That you're guaranteed on each track. Everything cuts through nicely, vocals sit nicely. So yeah, mix A1, absolutely. But again, structure is something that's really everything here. I feel like if you structured this in any other way, it'd kind of be a little bit weirder. But I like the way that Cole did everything here for such a shorter track. You know what I mean? Because referring back to the caption, it's just a little quick Lucy. You know what I mean? It's not anything too crazy. So we'll take it for that, right? And for what it is, clocking in at 124, I feel like the structure, um, more specifically the vocal structure here and how everything was laid out, and then moving into the second half of the track was perfect. You know what I mean? Perfect. This is how you're supposed to do these short tracks. It leaves you wanting more, but you're satisfied as an artist putting this out because it actually sounds like a fucking banger. You know what I mean? So like it's kind of like a win-win. So structure's great. Again, vocals are great. Real kind of nice cadence and flow here. Everything is like real smooth but hard hitting. It's a nice balance here between like those vocals and this instrumental going fucking nuts. That's another really cool talking point. Um Instrumental great, vocals are great. Let's talk theme. So definitely is this top 5 Cole Gerard covers? Hmm. Is this top 5? I I don't know if it's top 5, but it's definitely top 10. I really like the font and I really like the kind of um simplicity to this cover. I do feel like it's one of the best. I don't know if it's top 5 because Cole has had so many really solid fucking covers. But I really like this one nonetheless, for sure. So aesthetics are great. Overall theme, oh dear, it's kind of like a very, super simple kind of theme. Not too much deep writing going on here. One of those things where you just kind of flex your vocal range and your skill as an artist and really kind of get some like one-time thoughts out. You know what I mean? You come up with something a little bit melodic, you start writing it down, and you're like, oh damn, that would sound fine. And then you record a little bit here, you do a little bit here, and then you're like, wait a minute, okay, you know what I mean? And then sometimes you'll just get tracks like this that you can cook up in like 24 hours. You know what I mean? Like you'll start it one night, you'll finish it the next night, and that'll be it. So this is one of those songs where short, sweet, to the point, and the Alice in Wonderland quote twisted. See, there you go, there you go, son of a bitch. So something like that you can go to like the simple range and just kind of like break it down and really put it in a track like this in your way. So the way it's so simple but really still has a little bit of a background is really, really interesting. It could be dark if you want it to be. See, some insight from Cole Gerard right there, right fucking there. Okay, I love that. I love that. Damn. See, it's tracks like these that are so cool. I know Mark has had a few. A lot of the community, to be honest, like really has a nice knack for coming up with real simple, meaningful, but like just quick songs. And I think these are like everything. You know, it's great to plan releases. It's great to take your time with things. But at the same time, it's cool to have fun with this shit too, right? And this is one of those tracks where it's definitely on the more fun side to do this kind of shit, and it keeps the passion alive, you know? So I like that. I like that a lot. Well fucking done, my friend. Huge shout out to Cole Gerard. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Much, 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 much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Cole Gerard on SoundCloud. Cole is literally 9 away from 60 on the cloud. And make sure you follow Cole on Twitter. Literally 10 away from 60 on there as well. 10 and 10, man. And just go follow Cole, man. Go show Cole some motherfucking love. Um, and of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 subscribers. I believe we are one subaroonie away from the big 140. And if you've already subbed to the Music Mondays YouTube channel, huge shout out to you and thank you. We always subscribe back to any artists that are actively uploading as well. So feel free to show some love on the channel. And if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, exclusive tracks, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show these artists and the channel some love. Me and Mark Def don't have fucking shits on the way. So maybe we'll be seeing some Cole and King Mark in the near future. Thanks, dog. You're very welcome, my friend. Thank you for your submission. And of course, huge shout out to Cole, our Music Mondays Patreon. One thing that I really want to do is can somebody snipe that bot, please? One thing I really want to do is get an outro with all of our Patreons' names. So that's one thing that I'll be looking to get as well. Whether it be an outro that we put on the YouTube channel or just an outro that's like, um, you know, something we can even like play at the end of the show. You know what I mean? I feel like that'd be really great, to be honest with you. So, continuing on, and actually, we definitely need to tweet out, the motherfucking stream. Oh, show. So that was our first Patreon of the night. Huge shout out to Cole Gerard again. Thank you, my friend. Who is next on our list? Motherfucking Bloodcat. Oh shit. So, man. Oh, damn, do we have a YouTube video for Bloodcat? Hold the phone. What the fuck? Okay, so Bloodcat has been killing it with the releases in 2023. Um, 100% an artist you need to be paying attention to this year, without a doubt. There's a lot of artists and the majority of the community, right? But Bloodcat's definitely one of those ones where they've been putting in work this year, like absolute work. Um, so this week they actually submitted a YouTube video, and I believe it's a music video, and I'm kind of excited because it's been so long since we've reacted to a Bloodcat visual. So let's pop this open in a new tab. Hold on. What we got here? Wait. What? No way. So this is like, is this 3 videos in one? Nah. No fucking way. And we've already reacted to like 1 or 2 of these as far as the audio goes. So this will be really cool. This will be really, really fucking cool to check out. Holy shit. All right, let's just do 1080 because we're gonna full screen. Go full volume. Wow. Okay. So Till Sick, Face ID, and Bunny Bones. Okay. Wow. What the fuck, bro? Holy shit. Alright, let's get into it.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
No way.
Too much money in my jeans, I'm going out of pocket. Gucci T, I crop it. I see the pussy, can you pop it? Red blood, white lines, blue bands, and patriotic. Trap it out the wild, bitch. I feel like David Crockett. And she suck me till I'm sick. Go and seek her on a dick. They like, hey, don't be a bitch. I'm like, I'ma be a bitch. Yeah, she suck me till I'm sick. Suck me till I'm sick. Suck me till I'm sick. I'll be till I'm sick. She suck me till I'm sick. Treat me to a tryst. Beat her to the wrist. Pussy fire like a bitch. So I buy out the stick. She bustin' on my dick just like a myth. I'm bustin' on her lip just like a lisp. I push all of the ops off of a cliff. I need to see a pic. I know she sis, but I like them hits. 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 Fresh, 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 fresh. Eucalyptus, less, say less. I know you miss this. My Ray-Bans and your whip.
This is fucking crazy.
She said hit this. Much money in my jeans, I'm going out of pocket. Gucci T, I crop it. I see the pussy, can you pop it? Red blood, white lines, blue bands, and patriotic. Trap it out the wild, bitch. I feel like David Crockett. And she suck me till I'm sick. Go and seek her on a dick. They like, hey, don't be a bitch. I'm like, I'ma be a bitch. Yeah, she suck me till I'm sick. 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 Countertop the mess, I turn my purse into a centerpiece. She got some problems, but I solve them like a mystery. She said she want me dead, that's how I know she really into me. She freaking on me differently, she fuck me like we frenemies. Running to the money, I ain't even tie my shoes. Gunning like a dummy, they gon' put me on the news. Nose running, know it's funny, got the bloody honey blues. Oh, running to the money, I ain't even tie my shoes. No, she just want the back cat, make her throw it back, rack stacked in my backpack. Ask me if I pass that, no. Too much money in my jeans, I'm going out of pocket. Gucci T, I crop it. I see the pussy, can you pop it? Red blood, white lines, blue bands, and patriotic. Trap it out the wild, bitch. I feel like David Crockett. And she suck me till I'm sick. Go and seek her on a dick. They like, hey, don't be a bitch. I'm like, I'ma be a bitch. Yeah, she suck me till I'm sick. 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 Too much money in my jeans, I'm going out of pocket. Gucci T, I crop it. I see the pussy, can you pop it? Red blood, white lines, blue bands, and patriotic. Trap it out the wild, bitch. I feel like David Crockett. And she suck me till I'm sick. Go and seek her on a dick. They like, hey, don't be a bitch. I'm like, I'ma be a bitch. Yeah, she suck me till I'm sick. Suck me till I'm sick. Suck me till I'm sick. Suck me till I'm sick.
That came out like insanely good. What the fuck, bro? This is gonna be cooked. Holy shit. Bro. Are we watching a fucking movie right now, bro? Like, nah, man. What?
Face ID, still can't see me through the smoke, yeah. I love my bitch, but she love everything I own, yeah. I wanna say I told you, but I told you. Now watch me for this bill like a folder. And I'm really tryna settle down right now. She ain't really tryna wait around. rather find out what you see behind your eyes? Lay every time you lie down. Is it right or die now? Can I ride or ride? I'm back in my business, I'm Kevin, a witness, I'm clever, I'm raising the bar. Take it a 6 and I break up a 10 for the fair. We get back and I take it a Mars. Break up as friends, then get back together. We better be better at breaking their hearts. Never been better, but never said never, whatever. Like I saw the shit from the start. Pull up on changing the weather. My sweater costs more than you spend on a car. Spinning my car like I'm spinning my bitch. If you're down for whatever, you never go far. Look inside the fridge, you see my weight, cause it's cool, yeah. This that necklace that your ex just filled the pool by. Everything she needed now is things that she might like. Running out of reasons, demons hiding the bright side. She keep my phone ringing, every night is my nightlight. She keep my phone ringing, every night is my nightlight. Face ID, still can't see me through the smoke, yeah. I love my bitch, but she love everything I own, yeah. I wanna say I told you, but I told you. Now watch me fold this bitch up like a folder. And now I'm really tryna settle down right now. She ain't really tryna wait around and find out what you see behind your eyes. Like every time you lie down, is it right or die now? Can I ride or ride now?
What the fuck? That was like everything I wanted it to be. So well done. What the fuck, bro? Oh my god. I can't believe we got one more.
What you doing, Amos?
This is gonna be cooked.
I can be for a rack, I'm picking bony bones. Location on the cat is trying to strike it where the money go. Pack it like a nigga, but I bag it like a bunny hoe. Honey no, buddy no. Picking bunny bone. Beefing over racks, I'm picking bunny bones. She ordered packing, now she laughing on my funny bone. Money bag, honey bee, bunny boo, honeycomb. Look at that, look at me, look at you, look I'm gone.
They're all so wildly different. It's so well done.
I'm picking bunny bones. Location on the cat is trying to strike it where the money go. Pack it like a nigga, but I bag it like a bunny hoe. Honey no, bloody no. Picking bunny bones. Beefing over racks, I'm picking bunny bones. She ordered packing, now she laughing on my funny bone. Money bag, honey bee, bunny boo, honeycomb. Look at that, look at me, look at you, look I'm gone. I spin it in the ghost, cinnamon rolls. You too worried about a post, I got legitimate goals. Salt and pepper diamonds going cinnamon stones. Ghost rolls, ghost horse for legitimate toes. Trapping out of pose, playing snow sports. Pussy fire, I'ma turn it to a blowtorch. Yeah, snacks on snacks, kitty racking up a whole course. Racks on racks, you know my wrist been going snowstorm. I know, you know, I know, you know, you know, you know, you know. I can be for a rack, I'm picking bunny bones. Location on the cat is trying to strike it where the money go. You know, I know. I can be for a rack, I'm picking bunny bones. Location on the cat is trying to strike it where the money go. Pack it like a nigga, but I bag it like a bunny hoe. Runny no, bloody no. Picking bunny bones, beefing over rack, I'm picking bunny bones. She out the packing, now she laughing on my funny bone. Money bag, honey bee, honey boo, honeycomb. Look at that, look at me, look at you, look I'm gone.
What the fuck? We just watched a movie. That was a fucking movie. Like I am like I'm just as shocked as I am impressed. Wow. Wow. So, this is like I let me gather my thoughts here because this threw me for a loop because this is like the Bloodcat lore on Music Mondays is so deep because like we first got a submission from Bloodcat and it was a music video. I believe it was the first thing that they ever submitted was a music video. And to kind of see this progression, not only progression, but like level up. There is a significant level up from comfortability to ideas to even quality, like down to the editing. Like, what the fuck, bro? There's a lot to break down here. Like I said, we've reviewed and reacted to Face ID for sure, but the other two I'm not entirely sure. But we're gonna talk about strictly visuals here today because this is like the most important thing. And this is so fucking well done. Like, I would love to know if this is gonna get released as like, you know, like a full movie, or are these gonna be separated by threes? Because this is just stellar. This is just fucking stellar. So let's talk about the first video. Man, I like the like overall kind of like easy theme and like lore to pick up on here. It's like Bloodcat going from like, you know, one place to another to the other, right? You know, you're performing and then, you know, you're escaping and then, you know, you're kind of in the hospital gown. So there's like a couple of different relatable yet like things that like flowed so nicely. I feel like this flowed perfect for a Bloodcat style and sort of like the overall like theme that Bloodcat was going for. Like the fact that it's like three locations, but it's like so deep. It's so fucking deep because like we've reacted to and reviewed a ton of Bloodcat videos here. You know what I mean? If not the majority of them. But this first one is like no way. Like, and I think my favorite fucking thing about this is the outro, like the transition into the second video. That was like some insane shit. That was like so well done. But the main thing that I noticed here as well is Bloodcat is really comfortable and getting more wild on camera and getting more like loose is the right term because I feel like Bloodcat was always comfortable, but getting more loose on camera is a whole different fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like you can get some crazy shots if you like just get loose on camera, right? And this is what this first video is for me. It like just got loose as fuck. Like especially like in the gown, like that is like a whole different type of filming. That was really fucking well done. So really good job on that. Like really, really fucking good job. And then like the different filters and the way that certain things are edited is like really on point. Like this video is perfect. Perfect. I think this is like everything Bloodcat is packaged into like one video. And I think that's like insane. That's like really, really insane to think about. So this was really impressive. I'm not gonna lie. I am a huge, huge fan of this first video. Out of the three, I might say that this is I don't know because it's like all such a story, so I can't really like one more than the other. I feel like it's all such a nice story, like from like part one to part two to part three. So as far as visual goes. So I don't know. But was this one fucking insane? Absolutely. And like I said, the outro. This was just this was especially this right here, where Bloodcat's just running. Like just running down the street. Had that like eerie kind of feeling, but you didn't know what was gonna pop up next here. And then the way that this transitions is like wow. Like it is A1. I want to say that this was probably edited by Bloodcat because I know Bloodcat's really talented at editing. But if it wasn't, whoever did this, whether it was Bloodcat or somebody else, holy fuck. Like, holy fuck. That outro really sold me. And then this first shot in this video, I was like, because I remember specifically when we reacted to this audio of this track. I remember being like, dude, I can't wait to see a visual, or like this one needs a visual or something. I said something along those lines. And fuck me. Like, fuck me. Like I said, this was everything that I really wanted it to be. To be honest with you, this is 100% everything I wanted it to be. Um, More simple than the first video. Definitely more simple, but it almost like progressed because it was like, okay, we had this like insane visual. You're kind of like watching and figuring out the theme and things like that. But this one was like almost back to like the Bloodcat classic format where it was like just like 2 or 3 locations and just like real simplified, a little bit less editing but more intimate, very much like it was just the style of song that this was. So I understand the vision here, and I think it was executed again perfectly. um Really kind of hit the nail on the head for me for like what Bloodcat like does best at, and it's always like videos like this where it's almost like it's like party like, but there's a sense of like comfortability here. Like it's very close and personal. These videos are like Bloodcat's, bread and butter. And I think Bloodcat does such a good fucking job with these. It's like, come on. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? But this one definitely had a more like relaxed kind of vibe. And I think, like I said, for the track itself, I think this was like really executed nicely. 100%. And I really like that wall clock. Just as like a sidebar, that wall clock's nice. Um, yeah. I mean, just like watching it back now, I really feel like this was like, come on, like the outro too, like just yapping on the phone, like this was perfect. This was fucking perfect. But we go into the last visual, and this one was a whole different vibe than obviously the first two. But I like it for what it is though, because it's such like a out of left field kind of thing that it fits Bloodcat's style of the music that they make. Because we've reacted to so many Bloodcat tracks, like we know Bloodcat can do a wide variety of things. So pushing this boundary of having like an insane visual with like, some more like eye grabbing shots and scenes, it's like, okay, like that now you've opened the door to do whatever the fuck you want. And like, of course, that's what you should be doing anyways. But the way that this is built up is like, man, like the range of what Bloodcat can do in visuals is like out of this fucking world. Like something as like, um, something as what's the word? Like it's intimate, but it's like personal. It's like very, it's like one of those things that we haven't seen a Bloodcat do, but now it's like it's such a good thing because it opens the door for anything in a Bloodcat visual now. Like we've seen it all. So now it's like the bar is raised so high. But in this particular edit, I love the build up. Like the build up from the first visual to the second all the way to the third is like holy shit. And they're all so different, but they all feel like they connect and they all flow really, really nicely. So the overall edit itself, even if this isn't like a final version or whatever, I feel like this is again really well done. Like, and everything transitions like flawlessly. You know what I mean? So, wow, I'm blown away. To be honest with you, like 3 visuals, and it's funny because in 2023 we haven't gotten the chance to react to many Bloodcat visuals, if any. And I was starting to wonder, I was like, where are the Bloodcat visuals? This motherfucker was making an edit, god damn it. Like, what the fuck? And this just comes out of nowhere? Bro, what the fuck? I mean, I should have known better, but this exceeded expectations. Because I would have been blown away with just this first visual. But the fact that we have 3 stacked in here, what a pleasure to premiere this for you guys. Like, what a fucking pleasure, because, wow. For all our audio listeners, you definitely missed out, so I definitely advise checking this out whenever we premiere this, because this Saturday as well. So again, if you're watching on YouTube, definitely go show Bloodcat some love, because this definitely threw me for a loop. I'm not gonna lie, totally threw me for a fucking loop. I love all 3. I feel like all 3 serve a purpose, and all 3 showed very important sides to Bloodcat's personal, just personality, but it's like deeper than that. Like, just Bloodcat as a human being. You know what I mean? Like, these are all very significant to the style, the sound, the aesthetic. Like, but this first one fucking nails it down. Like, really, really fucking nails it down. So, well done, my friend. You have a really special piece of content on your hands right here. Really fucking special. With that said, a huge shout out to Bloodcat. Make sure you subscribe to Bloodcat on YouTube to find out when these are getting fucking posted, because wow. Bloodcat is literally 5 away from 190, so make sure you go sub to BCat's channel. And of course, make sure you follow Cat Calls Fashion on Twitter. That's Bloodcat's brand new Twitter. Brand new. So go show him some love. Only got 3 followers, man. So go show Bloodcat some Twitter love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 subscribers on the main channel. We are about 1 sub-a-rooney away, so go sub the channel if you haven't already. If you already have, thank you. We see you. We appreciate you. We see you guys dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. We appreciate it here at Music Mondays. And like I said, if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast segments, full podcast episodes, exclusives, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show these artists and the channel some love. Let's fucking get it, baby. And with that said, huge shout out to Bloodcat for being a Music Mondays Patreon and for allowing us to premiere that on the Music Mondays podcast. So, 2 of our Patreons just got reacted to. Let's see who the fuck is up next. So going back to the top, so we did Cole. We did Bloodcat. SLM is up next. Blank Thought, what's good? I hope you're well. I missed mine. No, you did not. But SLM really came through last week with a fucking crazy ass submission. Like a really, really crazy submission. So this one, man, I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Bloodcat is definitely one of the most talented alternative artists that we've gotten the chance to react to here on the show. So I'm kind of excited because, like I said, SLM's submissions have just been insane. Addicted to changing up the flow, and the album is ready, so I think I want to drop a few songs like this first. Okay, so EP before project. Cover art shot by me, Prod Me. The cover's crazy. Yeah, this is gonna be nuts. So, like I said, SLM has had some really crazy submissions in 2023. And I have a feeling this one is going to be just as crazy. So, exclusive, unreleased SLM right now.
My perception perception of time fucked up. I'm expecting to fly when I jump. I'll come down if I ever get enough. I have stuff on the ground I just don't need right now. Can you show me around for me? It's been a while. I just followed the sound. Wrist asked me to smile and I said don't look down. In my head with the spin around, I'm getting dizzy, I need you to get me. Can you show me around? My perception of time fucked up. I'm expecting to fly when I jump. I'll come down if I ever get enough. I left stuff on the ground I just don't need right now. I just don't need perception of time fucked up. I'm expecting to fly when I jump. I'll come down if I ever get enough. I left stuff on the ground I just don't need right now. I just don't need right now. My perception of time fucked up. I'm expecting to fly when I jump on the ground. I just don't need. I left stuff on the ground I just don't need right now. Ground I just don't need right now. Can you show me around for me? It's been a while. Can you show me around for me? It's been a while. I just followed the sound. Wrist asked me to smile and I said don't look down. Said don't look down. Said don't look down.
Wow.
Said don't look down. Can you show me around for me? It's been a while. I just followed the sound. Wrist asked me to smile and I said don't look down. My perception of time fucked up. I'm expecting to fly when I jump. I'll come down if I ever get enough. I left stuff on the ground I just don't need right now. I just don't need right now. I left stuff on the ground I just don't need right now. I just don't need right now. I left stuff on the ground I just don't need right now. I just don't need right now. Stuff on the ground I just don't need right now. 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 Stuff on the ground I just don't need right now.
That was like, that was so peaceful. That was like really, really peaceful. Like, we don't get, I mean, I don't know. This is kind of interesting because like this is like more a melodic and like the cadence is a bit softer and like chill than we usually get from SLM. And I feel like this is an interesting change that I really enjoy. Um and it's so well done. Like SLM is slowly revealing how versatile they are, especially when it comes to really keeping a consistent style but not changing up too much. But at the same time, pushing to new shit. Like this. It's like, what the fuck? So it's like, the versatility is beginning to sprout up. You know what I mean? Like it's really becoming like prominent. Wow. So, let me prod me Damn, I thought maybe it was gonna be some Dead Lighters, but it's Prod SLM. Damn. Okay. All right, so you guys know the drill. We're talking about three things here. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Right Now. So, let's talk instrumental. Man, mix is great. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Everything sits nicely. Everything cuts through nicely. I like the sound selection. Mix is awesome. You know what I mean? I've never really had any gripes with an SLM mix. Now, I wouldn't even call them gripes. Just anything that I've noticed about an SLM mix, and not at all. You know what I mean? Like I've always felt like SLM has this really tight, well-rounded style of mixing their music. So no shocker there that it's a solid mix. But the melody is everything here. The fucking melody is gorgeous, especially for like what SLM was going for. So I think, I feel like the melody was great. Such a great foundation, 100%. Touches that like emotional side, but it doesn't. It's not too sad, and it kind of keeps like the lightheartedness, but it's like very much like um it's still bringing out a bit of emotion, but you're still comfortable. You know what I mean? Like you're still pretty comfortable. So I think that's one thing to like really note here is like the instrumental is very powerful. It'll make you feel things, okay? This will make you feel things for sure. But again, sound selection was great. Melody was awesome. Definitely a shining star for me. I love the melody here. Um yeah, really well done. So the instrumental is great. I love the style as well. One other thing before we talk about vocals, the structure of the instrumental is really great. Clocking in at 348. So not a crazy layout, but it's a nice spread. You know, it's a nice spread to kind of not make the instrumental seem so stale or repetitive. I feel like the way that this was structured is really nice. Really, really nice. So I just wanted to note that. Um so the instrumental's great. Let's talk vocals. Again, mix is solid. I like SLM's vocal mix a lot because it's very much like a raw style, but it's not too raw. You know what I mean? It's not like the just raw vocals. It has just a little bit of elbow grease, and I think SLM does really well with mixing for sure. Um, or whoever the engineer is. Shout out them. But mix is solid. Vocals sit nice. Flow and cadence might take the cake here, though. Flow and cadence really might take the cake here. Just because it was so melodic, it was so peaceful. It was very much like a not like such a drastic like left turn from what we're used to, but it was definitely like a little bit of a like a, okay, and it showed the versatility. So even that in itself is something that I really respect. Is like the branching out, because we've heard a couple of SLM songs that kind of teeter on a style like this, but nothing that's like specifically like this. Like this one definitely stuck out to me, and I was like, wow. Um, yeah. So flow and cadence is like everything here. I love this a lot. Writing is definitely a close second though. Reading along here, like even just this first line is like I feel like the writing it's like different writing, but it has the SLM kind of charm as to where it's poetic, but you're still getting your punchlines, you're still getting your um just like well written, thought out lyrics, but the way it's like delivered and the way it's almost stylized, it's got this poetic kind of charm to it again. So writing's a close second too. Like especially to where these lyrics were stretched across 3 minutes 48 seconds and it didn't sound repetitive. That is fucking amazing. Like the way again, like that's why I say the structure is insane because like these lyrics were able to stretch across all 3 minutes. So that's the other thing you gotta know is like, wow, the sound and song design here is like A1. because it takes a little bit of a knack to do shit like that. So that's what I really like about this too. But vocals are great. Vocals are fucking A1. So let's talk overall theme here. Aesthetics. This is crazy. This one is definitely crazy. Kind of has like the SLM vibe, but it's simplistic. It's pretty minimal, but I think it hits the nail on the head for what you'd want and what you'd expect from an SLM track. 100%. So when it comes to theme, SLM kind of has a way of blending reality with not fantasy, but imagination. Reality and imagination, and even reality and like, like other realities almost. Like SLM is one hell of a songwriter when it comes to making you feel like you're in their shoes. That's what's like really notable about a lot of SLM tracks, and especially this one, as to where you're just taken on a journey. Like you're 100% just taken on a journey, and SLM is almost getting feelings out, but in a subliminal way. Again, very much of these lines can be interpreted in a few ways. In a few ways. Like you could really break this down and get super scientific with it and really like micromanage the lyrics, but I think appreciating the poetic aspects while also kind of, you know, really like picturing these lyrics is one of those things that you just got to point out. Like, I'll come down if I ever get enough. I left stuff on the ground I just don't need right now. Like, letting that sink in is one of those things where it's like, And then, like, the repeated, like, perception of time kind of idea here, you almost get put in a trance with this song and almost, again, put in SLM's shoes as to where, the concept of time and feeling like time is passing by, but you're also stuck in reality and, like, where you're at is, like, also, like, a whole other conversation. So that's why this song is, like, a bit deeper than it really presents itself as. Like, that's why I say you could really micromanage and break down the technicalities of this. But with that said, SLM did a really good job putting us in SLM's POV, to be honest. So really fucking well done, and I can't wait for this EP. It's a mess in here. EP soon. Let's fucking get it. My lord, that was a trip. That was relaxing. That was fucking relaxing. Huge shout out to SLM. Make sure you follow SLM on SoundCloud. They are literally 7 followers away from 50. And of course, make sure you follow SLM on Twitter. SLM is literally 7 away from 320. That is also a great, great milestone. So, with that said, per usual, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. So, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 140 subaroonies, so make sure you go sub to the channel if you haven't already. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel right now. And if you've already subbed to the channel, we greatly appreciate you here at Music Mondays. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you for showing love to the channel, dropping likes, dropping comments. And like I said, if you haven't, make sure you sub to the channel, man. Like I said, we upload 2 times a week. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So go show these artists in the channel some love. And just as I'm in here saying that, we got Bananas coming in with a little 500 biddies coming through with a little 500 biddies. Let's fucking get it, baby. Thank you so much, Bananas. Thank you so much. Bananas been showing fucking crazy love lately, man. Bananas, thank you for the 500. Appreciate you, my friend. A little love for episode 116. Tyler's in here. What's good, baby? I hope you're well, Tyler. Welcome on in, my friend. So yeah, huge shout out to SLM and huge shout out to all of our patrons that we've reacted to so far. Huge shout out to Cole, huge shout out to Bloodcat, and huge shout out to SLM. Thank you guys for being Music Mondays Patreons. 2 Patreons left. And up next is a very special Patreon of Music Mondays. One of our only premium Music Mondays Patreon. So huge shout out to TDG for always showing love. But TDG has been on a spree. We've reacted to some new TDG, some old TDG, but quite the experimental alternative hip hop artist that has really branched out as of recently. We've seen TDG go crazy on instrumentals. We've seen TDG go really, really crazy on verses. I'm definitely excited to see what we have in store for TDG. Let me know what y'all think of this next one. Okay. Let's get it, baby. So TDG submitted a treasure chest. Brought and performed by me, featuring Hezzy and Sir Midnight. Mixed and mastered by Cole Gerard. What's in your treasure chest? Oh shit. So we got a little three-way track here. Okay. 421, 5 days ago, exclusive unreleased TDG. Exclusive unreleased TDG, okay? Alright. Let's see here. Treasure Chest, Kill the Grave, premiering here right now on Music Mondays. You're hearing it first. Let's go.
Not now, Mr. McLean. Some other time.
Stuck in here, don't help me out. There's nothing in the end. I don't wanna feel your love. I'm fading now. I'm fading now. Ain't no gold in my treasure chest. Said I was better since, but I ain't better yet. Got pain, scarred in my brain that I'll never forget. Where's the end? I don't know, it's a place that I've never been. Yeah, cause it never ends. I'ma levitate up to heaven's gate and get rejected. They look at me like I'm infected. I feel the perspective, stuck looking at reflections. All goodbye, just gonna take a little longer than expected. All I know is my perception. Went the wrong direction. I got questions, please explain the message. Staring blank, I'm just guessing. I'm tested, and I hate it. Do I wanna break it? Hard to say it. It can't take it. Smart on my mom, I fake it. For her sake, I'm in a grave. I ain't the same, I lost a change.
Man, that was wild.
Reactions up to me, but I can't control my fate. Life is worth it, I shouldn't debate. But I do, I'm feeling blue. Lost, I need a clue. Stuck in glue, mad I can't get through to you. Wanna talk to God, but I'm scared, freaked out. Think all night, I'm geeked out. Cacking my tongue, I can't speak now. I can't speak out. Far, I'm gonna breach down. I'm too deep down. Oh shit. Yeah, I keep it in my heart. Maybe the light's dark. Trying to get my part. Wanna finish, but I still didn't start. What's so small, what's so large? Trying to find, but it's hard. Feels like I'm not in charge. Ain't no gold in my treasure chest. Said I was better since, but I ain't better yet. Got pain, spread in my brain that I'll never forget. Ain't no gold in my treasure chest. I've been lost in my past. Hard for the ride. Used the drugs and then the pain. Lost my mind, cross my brain. Got distracted on a bitch, then a nigga went insane. It's too much, my heart's crushed, I'm not alive. I won't allow myself happiness, cause it's all lies. Realize, these lies don't cry, everybody dies. Just remember me for finding remedy for depression and memory. I'll be alive if I live in a memory. When you feel sad, play the song, come visit me, you give me your energy.
So this was pretty crazy. This was pretty fucking crazy. And it's prod TDG. I love this instrumental. What the fuck? Yo. The TDG instrumentals have been different. Have been fucking different. Okay. Much to talk about here. Much to break down. So, let's hop right into this one. We're gonna talk about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Treasure Chest. Man. So let's talk instrumental, because this is, again, quite the instrumental for like 2 weeks in a row. Like, TDG production has been fucking crazy recently. So yeah, mix is great, nothing clashing, too overbearing. Vocals sit nicely, everything cuts through nicely. I thought the instrumental mix was really nice. Again, sound selection was solid. Drum selection was solid, but this melody absolutely takes a cake for the shining star and the most eye-catching thing here. Like, this melody was excellent. And then it was followed up by some nice, kind of simple, well-selected drums. I feel like this is a great foundation for a track like this, especially if you were going to extend it and put a couple more verses on it, or features in this case. Yeah. Melody was everything here, without a doubt. And prod TDG, like, the last 2 to 3 weeks, TDG instrumentals have just been really, like, kind of out of this world. It's like, wow, like, I'm impressed, but also would love to see where this goes. Like, I want TDG to keep cooking up. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, holy shit. So, melody was everything here. The instrumental, very, very solid. Let's talk vocals. Vocals. So, man, 3 verses here. First verse was kind of a nice intro. It was super melodic and, you know, kind of things we see from features on TDG songs, right? Because TDG can get melodic, but that's not like the main. So we kind of get an interesting intro here. And it's followed up by a TDG verse and an outro verse. So it's like, much to dissect here. Much to dissect. So, like I said, this first verse was a great intro. I like the mix throughout all of the vocals, this whole track. Like, shout out Cole, because again, you know, 3 separate artists on here plus the instrumental. You know, sometimes these mixes can be fucking crazy. So the mix came out really, really solid. All 3 sound really nice together. Everybody sounds like really consistent. So the mix is really solid. Everybody's vocals sit nicely. I didn't notice anything that was like too crazy. You know what I mean? Vocals, as far as mixing goes, was fucking excellent. So with that said, first verse was great. It was a really like refresher to kind of like get like an off guard intro that like wasn't TDG. So it was like, like what the fuck we got here? And then TDG's verse was kind of in the middle, and it made you really like open up your ears a bit, and it'll make you kind of pay attention. And that was where I was like, like a lot of the writing in here was really crazy, but I like the flowing cadence and the delivery a lot. There's a couple things I really enjoyed about TDG's verse. But the fact that it's in the middle is kind of interesting because the outro verse was like um kind of like topping it all off. And I was like, wow, it was not only like an interesting structure, but it was like a real pleasure to listen to. Just because I didn't know how TDG was going to work this, because we've seen TDG songs that have features on them, but I don't think we've reacted to any with two features on them. So that was one thing I was kind of curious on how not only like was this gonna sound, but how this was gonna like really come together and like how this was gonna be structured. So that's why I say structure might be the shining star here, just because everything was placed really nicely, and I kind of enjoy TDG's verse being in the middle, in the intro and outro being slotted. So I was like, So there's a lot of like newer things that I like about this track that we've never seen from TDG, which is kind of interesting. I fuck with that. I fuck with that a lot. But structure might take the cake. I like the structure a lot. Um and it keeps like a chill vibe as well, for sure. Um so instrumental solid, all three vocals are really solid. Let's talk overall theme because this is kind of interesting. Um I was checking to see if TDG mentioned who did the art because this is kind of quite the abstract, interesting kind of piece for sure, especially for a track like this. Very interesting choice of art, nonetheless. You know what I mean? I definitely like it though. It brings a kind of like wonder and a bit of like mystery to a track like this. Um, so I do think the cover is very solid. And the piece is just well done, to be honest with you. Like whoever did that art did a good job. Um, it's a photo of me I put into AI painting app. Ah, okay, okay, okay. So there you go. That's where it kind of like went to like the abstract kind of uh feeling. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. I like that. Um so aesthetics were interesting. Let's talk overall theme. Now, overall theme was kind of uh this is definitely one of those tracks where the theme wasn't like cuz usually sometimes with tracks you don't really like write with a conscious theme. Like sometimes if you're going to write out a track you just start writing and the theme just kind of writes itself, right? But I think the interesting thing here is when you get features on your track and everybody kind of takes like almost the freestyle like cipher approach, and I got very much a lot of those vibes here. I feel like everybody kind of did like their different style. I definitely feel like there are a couple of different vibes on this track, and I found that interesting because this was definitely more of a show of like lyrical skill and songwriting and delivery rather than it was like, we're all hopping on this track and we're all talking about like the same general kind of theme. Again, which was interesting because we see those tracks a lot, whether in like, almost like this cipher kind of freestyle style where, it's not a love song, it's not really an aggressive song, it's not really like a smoke song. It's kind of, up and down. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of like interesting vibes you could get from this. But I think the number one thing you can get from this is again, songwriting, delivery, and kind of experience TDG in a fashion where, there's two other artists here and you kind of see how that really can work out. And I think the ceiling for TDG is much higher. Like I feel like after listening to this, the potential for a TDG and other artists and like, really like working on, different styles of sound is much higher. Like I feel like what TDG is gonna do next is gonna be even crazier. Like I feel like right now in TDG's musical kind of um you could say career, but musical kind of like area, like where their sound is at, I feel like the next few things are gonna be pretty crazy. Like pretty crazy. Because collabs can do nothing but really push you as an artist. And it really shows you like, you know, not only like what you can improve on and like all sorts of things like that, but it'll like push you to try and do different things. So that's what's really interesting about this. Really interesting about this. It's almost like a prelude because last week I said something similar and this week we got hit with this. So it's like shit. Like TDG is really not only progressing but breaking new ceilings and kind of going in a direction where it's like, wow, okay, this is definitely about to be like TDG, experimental, try new things era. So I think that's like really dope. Like this is a nice place to be sound wise. You know what I mean? So well done. Well fucking done. Huge shout out to TDG. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much fucking love. Make sure you follow TDG on SoundCloud. They're literally 5 followers away from 980. And of course, make sure you follow TDG on Twitter. TDG is 4 followers away from 160. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 140 submarines on the main channel. Like I said, if you haven't, man, we upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And if you have been dropping likes, dropping comments, showing love, we appreciate you here at the Music Mondays podcast. Thank you, my friends. Let's fucking go. And huge shout out to TDG as well for being a Patreon subscriber. Make sure you show our Patrons and the whole community some love, and everybody who submits, watches, and shows love to the Music Mondays podcast. And again, huge shout out to all of our Patreons. Let's fucking get it, chat. We actually have one Patreon submission left, and then we'll go into the rest of our submissions. But we are approaching our 2-hour mark. So, with that said, you guys know what time it is. Your boy is gonna go hit the bathroom. I gotta go take a leak. And I'm going to need you guys to do the same. For those of you that are tuning in, showing love, I need all of you guys to get up, go get a smoke break, go to the bathroom, go get a little snack, maybe, do whatever you got to do. And Music Mondays will be right back with episode 116. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live with the Music Mondays podcast. How the fuck are we doing? Hope you all had a good break. We are in the second half of episode 116. So, we left off with EDG, one of our Music Mondays Patreons, and up next we have another Music Mondays Patreon. Music Monday staff member, extremely talented producer, Blank Thought. Now, this week, Blank Thought submitted Promised Things. Now, we've been slowly going through Blank Thought's catalog, whether it be through recent albums, collabs with other artists, things like that. But like I said, this week, we have Promised Things. Insane lyrical performance on this one, said by Blank Thought. Okay. So what we'll do, we'll pop this open in a new tab. And we're going to take a look here. Man the Myth. Okay. Also, album intro. Let's get into it. Blank Thought, Promised Things.
Yeah, we all going through something.
Oh, shit.
We all handle pain different. We carry trauma in different places, razor slit faces, slim shapes, skims pacing. We resist strangeness, switch to blame swift, ignorant of history's place in this. We're all victims when change shifts. Put on a proud face, nah, let it out, shake. Let the bow break, the fake smile date. Solitude for as long as foul makes your bowels ache, stomach in a sour state. I doubt it takes an hour a day. Leave pills on the counter, take a walk for a mile stake. Your foot in the ground, you found your way. Throw in the towel, cause power stinks. Plus it corrupts the cowards away. Locked in a tower, don't glower, escape. We all look suspicious and a little vicious. Biographies full of misprints, enlisted the mist of the imprints we finished when nobody was around to witness. The litmus isn't if your gift gets your wishes consistent. Praise, but if you keep on mission persistent. Sacrifice means a few missed dishes. Bitches ain't going to turn the tide or resurge your mind. I'm sure you'll find a complaint, a kick furniture vibe will curve your spine in uncertain times. Amongst murdered lives, rapes, nervous lives are in need of an urge to survive. Cause we all had suicide converge in mind, but still we're grinding and climbing to cure the signs. Scream, make sure you're alive. We run along as all these oddities with bothered dreams, swallowing deep pills of all the things are hard to see. But we gotta believe in promised things, even if the world is lost to thieves. March to sea. We run along as all these oddities with bothered dreams, swallowing deep pills of all the things are hard to see. But we gotta believe in promised things, even if the world is lost to thieves. March to sea. Paradise is nowhere under a paralight. You'll find the glare inside. Close your eyes and there you'll find the fairest sight where terror subsides as you sit on a terrace recline. Fear knows to beware of your mind. Errors take flight like birds, arrows will find. Enemies in peril, finding heralds are kind. They hate, no one cares for their lives. I speak truth, they're preparing the lies. Pharaohs invite the feral inside, careful and wise. Assassination, something dead than to try. People will perish with rifle barrels or knives. For caregivers in perilous times, using apparel to bind. Men who betrayed us and perilous spies, pondering to spare them for crimes. We run along as all these oddities with bothered dreams, swallowing deep pills of all the things are hard to see. But we gotta believe in promised things, even if the world is lost to thieves. March to sea. We run along as all these oddities with bothered dreams, swallowing deep pills of all the things are hard to see. But we gotta believe in promised things, even if the world is lost to thieves. March to sea.
The outro is nice. Yeah, Blank Thought wasn't lying. Insane and powerful lyrical performance here. Wow. Like really wow. Yeah, let's absolutely break this one down. This is something special here. So, we're gonna talk about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Promised Things. So, the instrumental's great. like the instrumental is absolutely a 10 out of 10. Totally matches like the somber yet seriousness of the song. Um, with a little bit of like mysteriousness. Like I feel like the melody brings a little bit of like a wonder almost, so the melody is really great. Really, really fucking great. But I'm tied between the melody and the drums because the drums are really well done and really well structured. Because everything builds in gradually, including like the bass. So there are a couple things here that you could easily call shining stars of the instrumental. All the way down to the sound selection, the melody, the structure, and the drums, to be honest with you. Oh, the mix is great too. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. But, that's not really a surprise. Blank Thought mixes are always pretty well rounded. I don't think we've reacted to a Blank Thought track where I've thought, damn, that mix is weird. Never happened. So we're kind of used to that here. We're really not shocked, but always gotta recognize it. You know what I mean? So another really well-rounded tight mix here for sure. But yeah, man, the Shining Star's tough for this one. The Shining Star's tough for this one. This is one of those instrumentals that would be beautiful on its own. You know what I mean? Like the song is even better, but the instrumental alone could easily hold its own. Easily fucking hold its own. Even down to the structure, you know what I mean? Like the little things. The little things. Um but I want to say the sound selection and the drums, man. Like the drums really got me. Like Thought drums are really special. You know what I mean? Because um they're always unique, is what I should say. It's not that they're not anything; they're always unique. Like that's the thing there. So really interesting topic of conversation, but nonetheless, sound selection was everything here for sure, without a doubt. So the instrumental was really solid and could have held its own in any any scenario, right? But let's talk vocals because Jesus, we have quite the track to talk about here. So before we get into anything, the mix is great. Again, when it comes to vocals, nothing clashing to overbearing. I feel like the mix was very solid. But again, not really a shocker. Um, Everything cuts through nicely as well. I feel like the bass was great, the drums were great. The mix was just all in all solid for the whole package, if we're being honest. Um, but the fucking writing is really insane. But one thing that I knew right off the bat when I heard it first, I knew the hook was going to be the shining star. The hook is just, it's catchy, it's got a cadence, it's serious, it's lyrical, it's got a delivery that's like confident. Like there is nothing about this hook that isn't great. But it's backed up by two really crazy verses that stay on theme, and it's really a simple but deep kind of theme. So the hook is absolutely the shining star. The hook is just so well written and performed. It's not even a question for me. The hook is everything. Absolutely. But even deeper than that though, Blank Thought mentioned that this was the album intro, and if you take yourself out of this, right? Like say, you know, this was the first time we've heard of Blank Thought. And say we came across Blank Thought on a playlist. And this is the first thing you heard. Or, came across an album and you played the album. And this was the intro. This would 100% hook you in. This is a great intro song. I always notice that because, sometimes people will submit full projects and we'll listen to the first track. Because obviously we don't have time to go through full albums. So we always judge the first track if somebody does submit a full project. And two things I always think about. You can have an intro on an album be really simple and just a quote, maybe just a soft instrumental, and give like a soft intro. Or you could go with an absolute fucking hook, line, sinker, banger that's guaranteed to at least get people intrigued in the album, right? There's two ways. You know, you could dive into more detailed examples, but those two ways are everything. And Blank Thought fucking nailed it. Because putting this as the intro would hook in 90% of supporters or first-time listeners. For sure. So that's one important thing to note here is not only is the song itself insane, but the fact that this is the intro is really tippable, and you got to talk about that when you're talking about this song. Because it's important. So, instrumental's great. Vocals are fucking out of this world. Let's talk theme. Was shocked when I sent it to him, and a day later he sent it back. I was like, bro, are you kidding? A day later. Can you imagine? I can't even imagine. I've had shit like that happen to me with a couple of songs I've produced, but when it's that, it's like different. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't even know. Like, some of my artists will send me shit and that'll happen, but that's definitely one where it'll drop your jaw a little bit. Be like, you're like, what the fuck are you doing, man? So yes, instrumental great, vocals absolutely great. Let's talk theme though. Like I said, aesthetics. You guys have seen me talk about this cover a few times, but if you haven't, it definitely nails the overall vibe of this project. We've heard enough of this project as to where I do feel like this is a solid choice for cover art. 100%. 100%. It just brings that like old school feel, but like it's so detailed. There's a couple insane things about this cover that I've spoken about a few times, but again, huge fan of this cover. Overall theme. We'll try to keep this short and sweet, but it's kind of a long-winded one. I think it's well explained in the hook. And it's mostly about keeping your head above water and keeping faith, but also being understanding of like that you're a human being with emotions, right? You're a human being that goes through things, and you know, things might be promised to you that aren't, you know, ever gonna happen, or things might happen that you would have thought would have never happened. You know what I mean? Like, life's kind of a big gamble, and I feel like this song touches on a lot of important subjects. I don't think we even have enough time to really dissect how important these lyrics are. Just because the level of songwriting here is through the roof. This is one hell of a talented fucking artist. Like, not even a question. But the overall theme, again, is kind of a simple one. But when you really break it down, it's not. Because what the theme is itself is not simple. It's simple to, like, understand in this particular instance. But to, like, understand the true meaning is a whole other conversation. And I definitely feel like, again, this is like a great thing for artists, right? Like, we have an artist here, like, really took the opportunity to write their fucking heart out, but at the same time make it so well constructed and like delivered in a way where you fully understand that shit. You know what I mean? Like, you're fully like, wow. Like, it's not hard to figure out this theme, but again, not an easy theme nonetheless, right? But with that said, it's overall a positive track, but it's like the good positive, like the reality check kind of positive, as to where, like, yeah, it's gonna suck, but you can still do it. You know what I mean? Like, it totally brings that vibe. And I feel like every person can relate to a song like this. I don't care who you are, what you're doing in the world, where you're at, what you've been through. You hear this and you can totally relate to it. And at the same token, you have an artist being able to get their own feelings out. And that in itself is why music is great, right? I find it very rare that we get to that common talking point about themes when it comes to a song. It's very rare that we come to that conclusion that's like, that's what music's all about. And for me, you know, and some other people, that's really what music is about, right? Because you can kind of take your songwriting and your feelings and your life and put it on paper and put it in lyrics. And sometimes it'll reach the right people and help them through certain things, or they'll be able to relate to it in a strong way, like in a way where like, this is one of those cases where somebody's putting words into a song that nobody could ever like put into words properly. That's where people say, I could have never put that feeling into words, or I could have, X, Y, or Z. It's one of those. And that's what's pretty fucking crazy about it. That's what's really crazy about it. So yeah, man, I think we should all strive as artists to create things like this, whether it be, powerful like this, or just, making people happy, making people want to dance. There's songs where you're like, oh my God, I play this every time I'm in a good mood, or I play this every time I want to feel something, you know what I mean? And every time I'm going through something, I play this one. And I feel like this is totally in that bracket, for sure. So with that said, huge shout out to Blank Thought and Man the Myth. You both killed this. This was fucking crazy. And make sure you follow Blank Thought on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Blank Thought on Twitter. Blank Thought is approaching 820 followers on Twitter, so make sure you go show Blank Thought some love. I'm sure Blank will toss you a little follow back. And of course, huge shout out to Blank Thought for being a Music Money's Patreon. Huge shout out to all of our Patreons that submitted tonight. Huge shout out to Cole Gerard, Bloodcat, SLM, Blank Thought, and TDG for your submissions. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now that takes care of our Patreons. And of course, you can find all these artists in the description of our YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 sub-roonies on the main channel. I think we're about one away, so make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love. And if you've already been showing the main channel some love, we see you and we appreciate you, and we thank you here at Music Monday. And like I said, if you haven't, what are you doing, man? We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So, my friends, like I said, we are back in action. And now, we're diving into the rest of our submissions. So all of our Patreons are taken care of. Like I said, huge shout out to all of our Music Mondays Patrons. You guys are fucking beautiful and amazing, and we thank you for your support. Let's fucking get it, bananas. Showing some hype in the chat. Let's go. So, like I said, we are back underway, my friends. Up next, we got the homie Saint Wave. It's been a while since we've heard from Saint Wave. Saint Wave has been an artist that has definitely put so many smiles on my face, but has also managed to like make songs super fun and serious at the same time. So Saint Wave has a really good knack of blending like a couple different styles of emotion, to be honest with you. Really a unique artist. But this week they submitted a track titled Digital Girl. Let's check this out. Song and lyrics. Okay, Saint Wave, I see you, baby. I see you. Cover's great. Reminds me of like those old like 2002 like DVD covers. You know what I'm saying? I like this one a lot. Definitely. So we do have lyrics that we can read along with. So let's see what we got here. Saint Wave, Digital Girl. This is about to be lit. Songwriting's already stellar.
She ain't do it for me, but she do it for the camera. For the camera. She ain't do it for me, do it for the camera.
Shit.
For the camera. Digital girl. Digital girl. She my digital girl. Digital. digital girl. I believe more in God the more I fall for you, girl. Fall for you, girl. I peep you on my feet like what they feeding you, girl. Feeding you, girl. She only see me for my digits. Emojis, then I'm with it. Quick with it. Smoking pot like it's a kitchen. World igloo. Burr. It's frigid. It's cold in this bitch. It's cold. Meet a Montclair in this bitch. Move mountains for this bitch.
Hey.
She ain't do it for me, but she do it for the camera. For the camera. She ain't do it for me, do it for the camera. For the camera. Digital girl. Digital girl. She my digital girl. Digital girl. I see you copping every day, but your rent is due. You making all these dollars, spend it all on you. Get your hair did and your nails fixed. You got a car payment, but it's been a while since you've been lit. Yeah, I'm loving everything you did, everything you came from, everything you is. See you on the gram, posting everything. See your whole life, and it's only missing one thing. Waving this bitch.
Hey.
She needs some waving this bitch. Got waving this bitch.
Let's go.
She ain't do it for me, but she do it for the camera. For the camera. She ain't do it for me, do it for the camera. For the camera. Digital girl. Digital girl. She my digital girl. Digital girl.
That was a fucking bop. 100% a bop. Holy shit, man. Nah, this is smooth as hell. We need the King Mark fucking feature on that. That would go crazy. This was excellent. Like, this was fucking excellent. I can't wait to break this down. I'm not gonna lie to you. I can't wait to break this down. So let's talk about it. We're talking about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Digital Girl. Man. So, let's start with the instrumental. I love the instrumental choice off rip. The mix is great, nothing clashing, too overbearing. Whoever produced this definitely did a good job. Vocals sit nicely. Melody is everything though, but I really like the drums. The drums were nice and groovy, kept the bounce up a little bit, but melody was everything here. Melody was beautiful, nice and catchy, memorable. Gave it that like alternative R&B, a little bit of a pop vibe. I like this. I like this instrumental choice a lot. Again, especially for this idea, right? Sort of like a love song, ballad, but not really. Kind of brings in the more R&B pop vibes, like I said. So yeah, this is fucking great. I love the instrumental. But melody takes the cake though, for sure. Let's talk vocals though, because wow. Holy shit. Like, holy shit. So before we go in, vocals were really stellar when it comes to the mix. I feel like it was groovy and like reverby enough, but like it wasn't too overbearing. It didn't like go like the electronic route. I feel like this mix for this particular track and like the style that Saint Wave was going for, I feel like was really hit the nail on the head. Like you couldn't have like nailed this style down any better, to be honest with you, if you tried. Any fucking better. So the vocal mix is great, 100%. But man, the songwriting throughout this whole track is really nice. But I think what really did it for me was the hook combined with the delivery. Because it wasn't like, it was melodic and like, I don't know, it didn't tap in too hard with like the singing vibes. It still kept like the R&B kind of like slow vibe. And I thought that was a nice touch. You know what I mean? It almost was making you want to get up and dance and bounce. And it's one of those tracks where it's like, it hits a few check marks for sure. Um, yeah, yeah, the hook is really it for me. The way it's delivered and the way it's performed and the way Saint Wave just kind of effortlessly talks about a digital girl in such like honest yet like almost personal way. I feel like this was like excellent songwriting. Like the songwriting here was great. Like fuck. So I hope Saint Wave gets that digital girl, man, whoever she is. Fuck me. Um, but let's talk theme because instrumental was great, vocals were fucking excellent. Um, Overall theme aesthetic wise, like I said, this kind of reminds me of like those 2000, like early 2000 like 1 through like 2005 DVD covers. So it fucking nails it for me. Like I feel like this covers like everything. Especially for like a song like this, perfect, perfect. Whoever did the cover definitely did a solid motherfucking job. Um, hmm. Overall theme is relatively obvious, but I think it's so well written though. Like, a digital girl, a girl who only cares about numbers and money and, you know, whether they're an influencer or any other content creator or things like that, like digital girl or even like an e-girl for the lack of a better term. There's a couple ways you could like relate this song to so many things. But even if you don't relate to it, you're still gonna vibe with it because it's so well constructed. And I think that's what's really tippable is it's like if you don't relate, you're still gonna enjoy this for what it is. 100%. But I feel like Saint Way really nailed the digital girl theme like down pat, to be honest with you. Like really down pat, made it bouncy, made it kind of like fun to listen to even though like the actual lyrics was like such a story. You know what I mean? It was like damn. So I like the way that this was presented, and I feel like this is a nice fine balance between everything that we know from Saint Wave. So well done. With that said, make sure you follow Saint Wave on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Saint Wave on Twitter. Saint Wave is approaching 940 on Twitter. That's a great milestone. Go show Saint Wave some love, my friend. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 subaroonies on the main channel. Make sure you go sub to the channel and go show these artists some love. And if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast segments, exclusive segments, exclusive tracks, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show these artists and the channel some love. And for those of you that have, we thank you and we appreciate you. We see you dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. And we love you and we appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Bird, what's good? Welcome on in. Happy Monday. I hope you're well. So up next, we actually have a first time submitting artist. By the name of Helix. Yeah, prod by Helix. Huh. Keep it easy, keep it simple. Now they just linked their Spotify, so see what we got here. Helix. So Ride Home is their latest release, so obviously we're gonna dive into that. First time submitting artist, so going in fresh, we don't know anything, no background. Let's just do Ride Home. When was this? 2023. Yeah, so this is relatively new. So first time submitting artist Helix, Ride Home. Let's get into it.
Yes, I don't wanna be a ride home without you, my life on a high. No,
Okay.
I love you, but you were just spiteful. Worried about me and my phone, wanted me to pick you up and put you on a pedestal. Had to suck it up every time that I got mad at you, but I saw it all before. You were unoriginal, so unoriginal. Face down, acting a fool, caught in your feelings now. I can't stay to save you, I can't help myself. I don't know what you need to figure out. I know, yes, I don't wanna be a ride home without you, my life on a high. No, I love you, but you were just spiteful. She was saying, hey, you're so indecisive. I don't really like this, you got too many vices. You and your demons are always fighting. Music sucks, and I don't even really like you. I assume I know plenty of girls just like you. Fake as fuck, with a crazy ass attitude. I don't know how to fix you. 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 All I know is I don't wanna be a ride home without you, my life on a high. No, I love you, but you were just spiteful. All I know is I don't wanna be a ride home without you, my life on a high. No, I love you, but you were just spiteful.
Well done. Really well done.
I don't know how to fix you. I don't know how to fix you. I don't know how to fix you. I don't know how to fix you.
What an outro. Okay. Damn. Like, this is why first time submitting artists are always super, super fun. Wow. Definitely, obviously didn't know what to expect, but well done. Well fucking done. So you guys know the drill. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Ride Home. Let's talk instrumental. Great alternative style instrumental for sure. Mix is solid, nothing clashing, too overbearing. Everything's really good on that front when it comes to the instrumental. Drum selection was really solid. I think that might even be the shining star here. Melody's really solid too. It's a big tie between the drums and the melody. I'm a big fan of both, but I feel like the drums really put it over for me, just because it gave it that extra bounce and like overall feel. To be honest with you, yeah, that's definitely something that I really think is putting this over for me. So drums are everything. So instrumental, very solid. Let's talk vocals though. A mix is great. It's kind of like a intimate kind of raw mix, but it's still hitting that like emotional hammer for me. Definitely the way you'd want to see a track like this mixed. A vocals definitely sat nicely too. Nothing super clashy, too overbearing. It was definitely an overall solid vocal mix for sure. Writing was really good though. Writing was really good, but I think the thing that is easily putting this over for me and is unequivocally the shining star is the hook. And even deeper than that, the flow and cadence behind the hook is just, by the second time it comes around, you're like, okay. You know what I'm saying? You're like, damn, let's fucking get it. So, the hook is everything here for me. The verses were great though. Really supportive, kind of expanded on the hook and like the feeling that it left you with. So I do feel like the supporting verses were good. But this hook was really it for me. So the hook was awesome. Instrumental solid, vocals really solid. I like the hook. Let's talk theme though. Aesthetically, this is a perfect cover for this. Look, man, you guys know me. You guys know what kind of covers I like by now, okay? You know I'm gonna be a little bit biased, all right? You know I'm gonna be a little bit biased, but This one's solid. This one's really solid, and it kind of takes the different aspect ratio as if it's like a mobile picture. So I thought that was kind of an interesting take. And then you kind of have this simple like ride home font in the sky, and I feel like it's a solid choice for a song like this. Um, Covers like this are always super appropriate for songs like this. I just feel like they go really well. So the aesthetics are on point. But overall theme, a relatively obvious theme, but really well expanded on nonetheless. It's one of those themes where like if you relate to it, you're gonna love this song 10 times more. But if you don't relate to this theme, you're gonna understand it and respect like how much of like of a meaningful track this is. You know what I mean? Because even if you aren't relating or going through something similar, I do feel like you can always appreciate a song like this just because there is a lot of emotion that kind of goes into it. But the performance behind it is also really meaningful. Um, we've all kind of had those people in our lives that just like either refuse to change or just like you know, sometimes life will put you in situations like this. And again, I feel like this is one of those tracks where like it's so good to not only write songs like this, but to actually get them out and perform them, right? Because it's like a short form of therapy. You know what I mean? Like fuck, like you're actually getting these emotions and thoughts and feelings out in like a healthy way. You know what I mean? So theme is everything here as well. Really well done. Really well done. And with that said, huge shout out to Helix. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Helix on Twitter. They are approaching 380 followers on Twitter. That's also a great milestone, about 4 away. Go show Helix some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of
and the roof opened up. I heard about this one party.
We are just vibing. Toward faith in humanity. Dude, the outro, holy shit. back at it again. Just left the club. Just left the motherfucking club. Who going home with me? Subtle outro. Real subtle. Let's fucking go. Me. Let's fucking get it, baby. Take me home. Let's fucking go, Mark. Well done to a Cloudlifter. Again, another flawless mix played here live on the Music Mondays podcast. Just a little 15-minute, little banger, like, come on, this is great. Accompanied with a visual just makes it 10 times better, to be honest with you. Like, 10 fucking times better. And I agree with Mark, like, these totally, like, make you want to see this in a club, you know what I mean? Like, because it's a fine balance of, like, turn up, make you want to move shit, but also, like, just vibes. Like, you can literally, like, sit down and, like, take a drink and, like, have a meal to some of these. And then, like, 5 minutes later, you're, like, fucking headbanging, you're turning up, you're pushing people, you're just, like, turn. And that's what's really cool about these mixes. Like, if you can picture a mix live, I feel like that's what really fucking matters. You know what I mean? Like, really, really matters, and it takes shit to, like, the next level. Because, like, some mixes are great. Then there are mixes where you're like, I gotta see that live. These are those mixes, 100%. So the mix was fucking stellar. Again, another great lineup. But I think even deeper, the visuals here, again, like I said, kind of take this to the next level to not only a type of, like, intimacy and, like, make it personal, but really enjoyable for a viewer and kind of a little bit comfortable as well, because it is a bedroom mix, so you're just kind of chilling. So it's not, like, that crazy. I swear if you were watching, like, concert footage, you'd be like, holy shit, that's nuts. But this is, it gives you, like, a more of a chill kind of intimate feel, right? And I think that's what is so great about these. I think that's, like, such a shining star is the fact that it's so chill. It's so, again, personal. You know what I mean? It makes you want to kick back. It's totally something you just throw on the big screen and start cleaning your crib, or fucking if you have people over, or, again, like, the perfect DJ set, and then you just kind of throw a filter. Aspect ratios, like, perfect for this kind of thing because it brings that, like, vintage, interesting kind of feel. So, this was really well done. Really, really fucking well done. Huge shout out to Cloudlifter. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Much, 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 much fucking love. Make sure you sub to Cloudlifter on YouTube. They are literally 5 away from 30 sub-roonies. And make sure you follow Cloudlifter on YouTube. Again, 2 followers away from 80. That is a great, great, great milestone. Go show Cloudlifter some love. And, of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel for weekly uploads. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. And if you've already subbed to the channel, we appreciate you, and we see you. Dropping comments, dropping likes, all that good stuff. And we thank you here at Music Mondays. I was meal prepping, straight vibing to the set. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, meal prepping, kind of like one of those sets that you just put on, like, the background and, things like that. Like, I feel like that's what that's for. Like, that is real as fuck. You know what I mean? Like, what a pleasure. What a fucking pleasure. But with that said, up next, we have one of the most unique artists on the Music Mondays podcast that we've ever featured, to be honest with you. Lil Wet Wet. I had a conversation with Lil Wet Wet a couple weeks ago, actually. If you haven't read that on the Music Mondays website, make sure you go and do so. But Wet Wet has been destroying 2023. From visuals to projects to everything we've reacted to. Like, man, the first thing that Wet Wet ever submitted was a visual. So this will be interesting. Wet Wet actually submitted a visual titled Limelight. Well, let's check this out. We're gonna have to pop this open in a new motherfucking Tabaroonies. You guys know what the fuck's up with Wet Wet, so damn, lots of love on the fucking on the comments. Okay. Let's get into it. All right. Go 1080. Let's go full screen. Volume up. Start from the top. Low wet limelight. Let's go. The cat.
I just need to get through this goddamn week. My pitter patters when my cell phone beeps. Doesn't really matter what I make in a week. I be the bomb when I'm blowing up your shit. It's hard to stay calm when this body made of dreams. I navigate your thong with the space in my teeth. I could break a bond, that shit nothing to me. It's been so long since I felt this weak. Took a plane, I was gone, wasn't there for a friend. I fantasize from beginning to end. I pray every day I will give all these benzos. I just feel the weight of the world on my chest, so turn it off like a nightlight. I get the city through the loft and the limelight. I used to be shitty, but I'm trying to be a better guy. It's hard to be true when you choose to be televised. Shawty sweet like a button, I push it like a button. I don't know what's coming, nervous but it's fucking. And I stuck it. I just need to get through this goddamn week. My pitter patters when my cell phone beeps. It doesn't really matter what I make in a week. I could be the bomb when I'm blowing up your shit. It's hard to stay calm in this body made of dreams. I navigate your thong with the space in my teeth. I could break a bond, that shit nothing to me. It's been so long since I felt this weak. Took a plane, I was gone, wasn't there for a friend. I fantasize from beginning to end. I pray every day I will give all these benzos. I feel the stakes of the world on my chest, so turn it off like a nightlight. I get the city through the loft and the limelight. I used to be shitty, but I'm trying to be a better guy. It's hard to be true when you choose to be televised. Shawty sweet like a button, I push it like a button. I don't know what's coming, nervous but it's fucking. And I stuck it. I just need to get through this goddamn week. I just need to get through this goddamn week. I just need to get through this goddamn week.
Fuck it, dude. Who else got it, huh?
Oh boy. Dude. Like, fuck, man. I am always at a loss for words when listening to Wet Wet. You know, this was like we've seen so many crazy visuals from Wet Wet, and this might take the cake. This might fucking take the cake. I have a lot to say about this and a lot I really like about this, but we're gonna break this down. So, let's just dive into the visual because the visual is really very important. This is a visual, right, where it's relatively simple, but it's so well edited and so well put together that it's like, what the fuck? Like, and this probably, it looks like what? Like maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 nights at the most. Like probably like 3 nights. And this amount of footage in here just it exceeds like the fucking expectations, the possibilities. It's like, man, holy fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, holy shit. the editing is everything here. Um, Wet Wet is such a talented fucking editor, director. Like the visuals, like are so essential. From Wet Wet, and we spoke about this a little bit in our interview, but um, after watching this in detail, it's like, man, the possibilities are fucking endless, and I'm really excited to see where Wet Wet goes in terms of potential and ideas and creativity and all of those things. That cat is so cute. Um, but man, this was a 10 out of 10 for me. Like I almost don't even want to break it down. Like this is like everything. You know what I mean? Like this is like the definition of what it means to be an independent underground artist. Like all of this footage, all of the lyrics, everything that Wet Wet is speaking on, like this is it. You know what I mean? Like this is fucking it. And every time we either get the chance to react to Wet Wet or we listen to Wet Wet, it's like it blows my mind, but it exceeds expectations, right? Because I'm always shocked and I'm always amazed, but the fact that that keeps getting topped is like, what? Like when the fuck did this drop? 6 months ago. 6 months ago. This was late 2022. What a year to end off on this. What a fucking year. Like, wow. Um, yeah, I'm not only a huge fan of everything, but um I'm a huge fan of how it's all put together. Like you don't see a lot of this shit often anymore, especially with the way that a lot of things are done now. So I feel like visuals like this are like becoming more and more, I don't want to say rare because there are, artists out there, but when it comes to this in comparison, it's like, man, wow. So, main things here though, again, the editing is really fucking crazy, but the variety of footage is great. Like the variety of footage is so different, but it goes so well together. Like it really looks like everything from like a Friday to a Sunday, right? Like, you go to studio to record and then, you do a show and then the next night you're out on the city on like your last night type shit. And all those clips are mixed in here along with, your slight B-roll cat clips and things like that. So it's all the little things too. And I would say that's even the shining star for a video like this is the little things. Because like if you take your eyes off this visual for like even just a second, you're gonna miss a lot of the small stuff. And I think that's really important to talk about is like, you know, this is one of those like it's like simple and effective, but like if you're not paying attention, like you'll miss shit 100%. And that just goes to the director side of Wet Wet, right? Because not only Wet Wet's just an extremely talented vocalist, but from the director side of things, like this is like, wow. You know what I mean? Like, wow. Like we have so many talented directors that we have in the community, right? And they're all so unique, and Wet Wet is all the same, like so fucking unique and just totally in their own lane. Like that is amazing, like really, really fucking amazing. It's always a pleasure to be able to react to this because it's like the artist in me knows how much work goes into this, but the supporter in me supports the fuck out of this. You know what I mean? Like this is something that I want to see more artists pushing for and doing because like realistically shit like this isn't fucking hard. Like when it comes to filming, the hard part's the editing. You know what I mean? But like creating moments like this is like amazing. Like really fucking amazing because not only was this a banger, but now it's going to live forever, right? In the archives, and now this is something that's like set in stone. And I think that's more important than a lot of the things that we discussed tonight. You know, this is gonna live forever. So, with that said, Huge shout out to Lil Wet Wet. Make sure you sub to a Patterns on YouTube. Literally 15 away from 300. That is a great, great milestone for Patterns. And of course, make sure you follow Lil Wet Wet, aka Patterns, on Twitter. Literally 1 away from 330. Again, great milestone. Go show Patterns some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 140 sub-roonies on the main channel. So make sure you go show the main channel some love. And if you have, thank you. We appreciate you. You dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. And we appreciate your support here at Music Mondays. And if you haven't, man, every Thursday and Saturday, we're uploading exclusive segments. A whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go show these artists and the channel some love. Man, Lil Wet Wet. Fuck. Always fucking catches me off guard. But that's just because I'm so open to, like, what's next. You know what I mean? Like, if I was, like, not excited for it, then that would just be whack. But, wow. Awesome. Really, really awesome. So, with that said, let's keep going, my friends. R&B. Is that like a play on words on R&B, like R&B? What the fuck? That's like kind of hard. R&B. That's pretty crazy. But R&B is actually a first time submitting artist, and they submitted a music video. One pint, one shot. Okay. So, we're going in blind. We don't have any background on R&B. Flag of Ireland in the bio. Shout out Ireland. Rapper producer. So, possibly produce this. Video by Mitchell Crawford. Interesting. Wow, this is about to be fucking crazy. What the fuck? Alright, let's get into this. First time submitting artist R&B one shot. Or no, one pint, one shot.
One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock.
This visual is fucking cooked.
Ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock.
What a
ready to
party
call
track.
boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock. One pint, one shot, ready to call boss for the ready to rock.
What the fuck? That was really crazy. Like really, really fucking crazy. First time submitting artist, so again, you know, you never know what to expect, but holy shit. The music video was really a 10 out of 10. Like, I would love to know how this process is done. Like, this process is fucking insane. Like, the way that this is edited is, like, really out of this world. Really, really out of this world. So, with that said, let's break this down. We're talking about three things. We're talking about the instrumental. We're not going to talk about vocals because there's 2 lines. We'll talk about it a little bit, but the main discussion here is definitely the instrumental. So we're talking about the instrumental. We're going to talk about the visual and the overall theme, which again, relatively simple. But yeah, let's talk instrumental. So we have a crazy dance, like insane, like modern mix of some super club vibes, and shit like this can be done really solid or really just like meh. And this is super solid. This is totally like how you do it because it has like this slow build. But before we dive into that, the mix is everything here, and the mix is fucking stellar. Even with the slight amount of vocals, I feel like everything is really awesome when it comes to this mix. Everything knocks really hard, nothing clashing to overbearing. Like I said, the vocals sit nice. The mix is great for sure. The instrumental though, the melodies were great. Great melodies. The drums made this extremely fucking bouncy. In the drum selection, and even deeper than that, the overall sound selection was really well done. Especially going for this dance vibe that like totally, you know, you can teeter on certain sound selections, but for the most part, this type of sound selection is what you want, and R&B definitely like exceeded that. So the sound selection was great here. Structure is everything though. I feel like structure is totally the shining star here when it comes to R&B and kind of like a first impression. I feel like structure is just stellar, like really stellar. I like how this whole thing is structured out. Simple but really effective, and really kept the groove and the bounce of this track. So the structure was excellent. Now let's talk about the visual. The visual, because wow, Mitchell Crawford. Mitchell fucking Crawford. You're a one talented motherfucker. Like this was like I've seen visuals similar to this, but nothing of this caliber. The editing is insane with the watercolors and the transitions, and the overall like vibe of this visual is unlike anything I've seen in a long time. Definitely been like a year or something. Like a year or so, at least, is where I've seen a visual even close to this. It's unique, but it's not like overdone. I feel like it's very like palatable, right? Like it's very like easy to watch. You know what I mean? It's not like overdone. I feel like you get like the good party vibe from it, but it's like it's keeping you engaged because of the editing. And I know Mitchell did a ton of work on this, so really fucking well done. And whoever came up with the creative direction for this also is really smart, because I just love everything about this. Especially the watercolors though, and like how this is so effortlessly transitioned. Like everything is just wow. So the visual is everything. So the last thing we're gonna talk about, let's talk theme. The overall theme is, extremely obvious, but as are most party tracks, right? You just want something to dance to, something to turn up to, and something that like is groovy and like bouncy. And this totally hit all the check boxes. Like for sure checked every box. Like without a doubt. The definition of a party song, especially a modern party song, right? Doesn't sound like too different, doesn't sound old, it doesn't sound any of those things. It's very much hitting all the boxes, like I said. Like it's like the definition of a party track. So the theme is on point, and like the structure kind of adds on to that. So I feel like this is definitely one you need to add to like a party playlist or like a club playlist or even a dance playlist. For sure, this is one of them. 100%. So with that said, huge shout out to R&B. Make sure you go show some love to R&B on YouTube. They're literally 3 subs away from 270, so make sure you go show R&B some love. And this was actually dropped like a couple weeks ago, so shout out R&B. Well done. And make sure you follow R&B on Twitter. They're literally on their way to 4K, like 70 followers away. So go show R&B some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 140 sub-roonies on the main channel. Make sure you go show these artists in the main channel some love. And of course, if you already have, and you've been showing love to the Music Mondays YouTube channel, you've been showing us some love, we see you dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff, and thank you, my friends. And if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday, so make sure you're tuning into the Music Mondays YouTube channel, my friends. So, let's fucking get it. Up next, we have MC Mills, or we would have MC Mills, but we've already reacted to this. We actually reacted to this about a month ago. Times have changed, which is actually fucking gas. If you would like to see our reaction to this, go tune into episode 106 or 7, I believe. I believe it's 106. But, yeah, huge shout out to MC Mills. Thank you for the submission. But, of course, we've already reacted to this, so feel free to submit next week with a fresh track, and we'll be happy to react to it. So, moving on, we have 2 submissions from Lil Caesar. So I think we'll just go with the first one. But Lil Caesar is a very, very, very talented producer. Man, we've reacted to a couple of instrumentals, and Lil Caesar has been making SoundCloud Sunday every now and then. But nevertheless, a very, very talented producer. Definitely more on the alternative style, but totally does really well with almost everything we've heard. So this is Young Silverback. The Collector featuring Lil Caesar, Young Silverback. Oh, okay. So this is a collab. All right. Full vibes right here. Let's go. Lots of love. All right, bet. Let's get it. Young Silverback, The Collector with Lil Caesar.
So what is death? What is the meaning of death, which means the ending of everything?
A lady who's not afraid to know the truth.
Damn.
church. We do it in the streets.
Damn.
So we ought to inquire not into what is death, but rather into what is the ending of the known. Because our minds, our brain has always functioned within the known.
Wow. Okay. Jesus. So, let's break this down because, wow, lots to discuss here, my friends. Lots to discuss here. So, we're talking about the instrumental. Obviously, no vocals, so we're gonna talk about the overall theme of the collector. So, man, oh man, oh man. Let's talk because this instrumental is quite the collab, and I just want to start this off by saying I want to see more of this from producers. I love producers that are out here putting out tracks like this and putting out like not only just instrumental tracks, but putting them out with like purpose and meaning and collabs and like showing that instrumentals have a purpose, and not only the underground scene, but just the overall music community, right? You know, a lot of producers kind of do their own thing, but when it's at this level, it's always important, and you're making a name for yourself and your platform, and it's just super super important for producers to treat themselves like artists, and this is very much a product of that, and I love that. So let's talk mix. Mix is great. Nothing clashing to overbearing. I think everything cuts through really nicely, even when the vocal samples are in there. Everything is really great. A really tight, well-rounded mix, to be honest with you. But usually everything we've heard from Lil Caesar definitely has been really stellar. So I can't say I'm like saying that for the first time. You know what I mean? That's totally not a shocker at all. But this is totally giving off that only shit like this is made in a collab vibe. Like, not that you couldn't do this solo, because you totally could. Any producer could, right? But you can tell when that collab just really hit perfectly. Like, whoever sent Mel, or whoever did drums, or maybe it was some mutual shit, you know, you both did a little bit of everything, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you can just tell instrumentals were worked on by two brains. It's just a producer thing, I don't know why, but sometimes you can just tell. And this one is just excellent for a collaboration, right? Like, I feel like this was filled in so nicely, and sometimes beats and instrumentals alone just reach a higher potential by two people working on them instead of just one. And that really is a thing, you know what I mean? And you know, sometimes artists don't have that luxury. You know, maybe they do with songwriting and things like that, but not with actually like performing. And when it comes to an instrumental, sometimes producers have that edge where they can take two brains and attack an instrumental in a certain way. But there's a lot of shining stars here. The melody's really, really crazy. Definitely brings like the good funk like sound. But the drums totally make it slightly more modern and a lot harder. So I thought that that was like a really good addition. Like, the drum patterns were definitely still funk and very much like Memphis like and things like that. But the sound selection themselves were a little bit more modern, and they weren't going in the direction of like classic hip hop, which I liked a lot. I feel like this instrumental had like a lot of subtle things that really made it unique. So it's not like your standard like hit every box kind of funk. There's a lot of small things in here that make this again pretty unique. So yeah, Mel's great, drums are great, but what takes the cake for me? What did it for me? The structure. The structure and the switch ups throughout the track. Like, if you're going to put out an instrumental that is this long, right? You know, you're pushing about 4 minutes. Not once did I think that this was getting too repetitive. Like, not once. And that's pretty hard to do sometimes. Especially with this kind of instrumental, it can be hard to do because you tend to, like, just go... You could just be really repetitive sometimes. But when it comes to this one, I definitely feel like this was, like, perfect. Like, the structure was everything because the beat kept switching up. There was no dull moments. Every spot was completely filled in. It even had time to breathe. So, structure definitely the shining star here for me. Not even a question. Not even a question. The whole thing is really well done. Let's talk theme. Aesthetic-wise, I mean, kind of a no-brainer, right? The Collector kind of Grim Reaper, take your soul in your bones, motherfucker kind of vibe. But I love the nostalgic, classic, like, like 80s, 90s aesthetic, for sure. So this cover is fucking excellent. Like, this is a 10 out of 10 cover. And absolutely fits the theme as well. I mean, because, like, obviously the overall theme is not, like, super obvious because, you know, no vocals. But as far as the Collector for a title, 100% dark enough. For sure. It totally brings that dark, slightly like haunting, almost eerie kind of vibe. So the Collector was spot on. I feel like the Collector was like a very good choice from two producers, for sure. And then it just made the art even cooler. So with that said, huge shout out to Young Silverback and Lil Caesar. Make sure you follow Young Silverback on SoundCloud. They're approaching 1.3K. And of course, make sure you follow Lil Caesar on Twitter. Lil Caesar is approaching 490, about 6 away on Twitter. Go show Lil Caesar some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 140 sub-roonies on the main channel. So, with that said, make sure you go sub to the main channel and go show these artists some love. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you. We see you dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. And thank you. Let's continue on. Let's get it, baby. So, we already went through a Lil Caesar track, so skip over their next one, and if they want to resubmit, we can do that for next week. Bloodcat, huge shout out to Bloodcat in a Music Mondays Patreon. Thank you for your submission again, my friend. And let's get it. So, up next, we got the homie Laveries, a very, very, very talented alternative hip-hop artist. We had a really good submission from Laveries last week, so this one will be very interesting, I have a feeling. Never Cared. I feel like we've reacted to Never Cared, but we have a lyric video here from Laveries. So let's check this out. Let's see what we got here, chat. Let's see what we got here. You know what I'm saying? 4 months ago, so relatively new for sure. Let's check this out. Go 1080p 60. Let's go full screen. Let's get it. Laveries Never Cared lyric video.
Kel got the sauce.
No, you never cared, don't lie, no you didn't. You the one that left, but now I'm the one you missing. Now you want me back, you say you changed, you say you're different. You tell me I'm the one, said I'm the one that's in your vision. Can't make up your mind, always need help with your decisions. Try to push you away, but you ain't never seem to give it. Now I try to forget, 40 ounces what I'm sipping. Soon enough you'll be gone, just know that your time is ticking. Just know that your time is ticking, girl. I would've gave you anything up in this world, but you did me wrong, so I walk around saying fuck you. Pussy was sorta trash, I kinda wish I never fucked you. Damn, I shoulda gave you to the homies. Used to be the one for you, now you act like don't know me. And I know you missing the days when I held you closely, but you can't have me back. Don't forget you tried to bro me.
Jeez.
Now we can't even just be friends. You want a relationship, but I want dividends. I'ma count this money to the motherfucking end. I don't need a bitch, put it on my soul. I'd rather get these bands, okay? No, you never cared, don't lie, no you didn't. You the one that left, but now I'm the one you missing. Now you want me back, you say you changed, you say you're different. You tell me I'm the one, said I'm the one that's in your vision. Can't make up your mind, I always need help with your decisions. Try to push you away, but you ain't never seem to give in. Now I'll try to forget her 40 ounces when I'm sipping. Soon enough you'll be gone, just know that your time is ticking. I'm telling you your time been up, bitch. Tryna find a new bitch to fuck with. Remind me about what love is, ayy. It's not what I had with you, but like that, my new bitch 22 and she look good every time she step in the room, Put that pussy in my face, sit right there, baby. Ain't nowhere to sit, I'll be your chair, baby. Tastes like icing that I'm putting all on your cake. Wanna show her off, so I took her on a dinner date. If my ex bitch in the function, hope she look this way, so she can see all that she'd have if she would've stayed. But I just leveled up while she procrastinated. I can't wait to leave this party and see my new bitch naked. Kid, don't lie like you did.
Holy shit.
Left, but now I'm the one you missing. Now you want me back, you say you changed, you say you're different. You tell me I'm the one, said I'm the one that's in your vision. Can't make up your mind, I always need help with your decisions. Try to push you away, but you ain't never seem to give in. Now I'll try to forget her 40 ounces what I'm sipping. Soon enough you'll be gone, just know that your time is ticking.
I like this style of lyric video a lot. I definitely think this style has like a lot of potential because like you don't see a lot of lyric videos like this, as to where it's like a one take, but like the lyrics are like edited on. Like I feel like that type of editing style is really fire. All right, so let's break this down. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the visual as well. So, man, oh man, oh man. All right, let's talk instrumental because I believe this is off of an EP that is pretty much themed around love and a lot of like heartbreak, and this is definitely one that's more on the like confident side, you know, because some of them definitely touch on more like either emotional sides or, you know, there's quite a variety on the most recent Laveri's project, and I definitely feel like this one, you know, hits a lot of marks for sure. But let's talk instrumental. Like I said, the instrumental is a really solid choice. Mix is great, nothing clashing too overbearing. Drums are nice, everything cuts through nicely. Mix is just really overall nice and tight and solid, to be honest with you. Melody's great, drum selection's great, the structure's great, but the thing that put it over the edge for me was the vocal sample and the way that it was used. This producer did a really good job on this instrumental, 100%. The vocal sample and just how that was utilized throughout the instrumental was really everything, and kind of like made the song have a little bit more personality and emotion, right? Like I do feel like it totally did that. So yeah, like the vocal sample was great here. So the instrumental was solid. Let's talk vocals. So we have the lyrics right in front of us, but when it comes to the mix, again we have this like raw Laveri style, but it still like slightly has a tight mix. So Laveri sounds pretty decent on this. I would say even the writing is definitely a shining star, but Yeah, to be honest with you, the writing definitely like it's like personal, but like again, I feel like this is somebody like speaking from the heart as well. So like there's never anything too personal when you're speaking from the heart. So I feel like it's really typical to even like make tracks like this and like really like try to balance like the fine line of emotion and keeping your own confidence. And I feel like Laveri's does a lot of that throughout this track and sort of a lot of their tracks really is like keeping that fine line between like being confident but also like getting out your emotions. And I feel like, you know, Laveri's just does a really good job at that. And I think this song really personifies it a lot. So the writing is everything here for sure. Writing was great. Let's talk visual though. Let's talk visual. So this style of lyric video, like I said, is stellar. Like there aren't too many lyric videos out here that are similar to this. You know, there are some. Not that this is like crazy or never been done before, but the way that this one in particular is done is really, really dope. Just because it's one take and the way it's edited is just stellar. Like it's super simple, but like you take it way more serious with like the actual live footage. And this is the first time we're actually getting a chance to, you know, react to a Laveri's visuals. So, one thing right off the bat is like super comfortable in front of the camera. You know what I mean? Like not awkward, not like stiff. That's one thing I noticed when I first like watching artist videos is, you know, if I'm watching your video for the first time, I'm gonna notice if you're stiff as shit, right? And most people will, but no, not Laveri's. Most artists aren't. Most artists are pretty comfortable on camera. There hasn't been many times where I've been like, oh, you're a little stiff there. Not really. But in this particular visual, I feel like this was really well done. So shout out to whoever edited this because simple but really, really effective. And I'm glad Laveri's is out here doing these kinds of visuals. Just because it's so beneficial. So beneficial, super easy, and it looks fire. And you can really do it in any fashion you want, you know what I mean? You don't have to do it exactly like this, but this one in question, really well done. With that said, huge shout out to Laveri's. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Much, 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 much motherfucking love. Make sure you go sub to Laveri's on YouTube. They're literally 7 subroonies away from 230. So make sure you go show Laveri's some love. And of course, make sure you follow Laveri's on Twitter. Literally 10 away from 80 followers. So go show Laveri's some love, my friend. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 sub-earnings on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week as well, every Thursday and Saturday. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. If you already have, we appreciate you. And thank you for all your support on Music Monday. Let's fucking get it, baby. So, I think we have, like 4 submissions left. So let's definitely get through the rest of these, because 4 is not a lot. So let's make sure we get everybody in tonight, and then we'll be good to go. So up next, we get the homie Zeph, aka Philo Inc. And Zeph is quite the alternative hip-hop artist, for sure. Totally alternative. Some would even say experimental, but not too you know, crazily experimental. But this week Zeph submitted Extension of the Hand. Check this out. 2022 art is actually really great. I assume this is a solo. Oh no, so this is Zeph and Tico. And actually, this whole project, Extension of the Hand, is from Zeph and Tico. So it's almost like a collab album, if you will. So let's get into it. Zeph, Extension of the Hand. Oh god, those backwards vocals already.
It's the hand, extension of the hand. It's the plan, expansion of plan. Stop chapter plan. Expansion on my land, talk funny till we looking at expansion of the band. Walk dummy, you hear my shit, look at all the ads brought from me. My neediest, I got you and my fam, talk money. My comments are marketed as spam. There's abundance in my rhyme, sharks swimming in the sand. Bark ladder, so I'm giving out a bite you understand. Body language in the studio, I do my low dance. Grab the mic with 2 hands, it's an extension. Breathe introspective, release all tension. All eyes undivided when he speak and take chances. Seen hope and dream style lens of a body cam. Seen chalk around a child stand, love it, understand it. Been reminded that life always go around plans. God drilled into my head, so I got my palms red. Red skies, white clouds, looking like a gorgeous death eye. Stop competing, start listening. Put bodies on the loops like a hearse car with Michelin's. Raise my voice, hear the proof I'm observing in my silence. Envisioning the angle in the booth, right positioning. The gap widen, angels fall in. The space where the fingers ain't touch where I'm existing. I made it out with half a heart intact. Dove in, jumped out, soaking wet. Didn't speak, put my thumbs up and made success public. Revenge to hold the shit the hand back after splitting from a covenant. I disagree, I stuck my hand out and saw what I could see. Saw it all comes back to me. Saw the chapters that I haven't written, and the flow spun out like seeds. I done bled 1,000 times, 1,000 ways, 1,000 trees, 1,000 seeds, 1,000 realities. And every single one, I go crazy on a beat. Every single one, I go crazy on repeat. Lazy third eye, fuck, watch what you saying to me. You ain't love yourself, me, your fucking family. Square up with you in a fucking heartbeat. Talk about extension of the hands. I'll lay you out while still looking handsome. I took all my issues and held them for ransom. Paid with song. I'm fucking
Damn. Okay. Okay. Holy shit. Wow. What an interesting like structure and outro there. This was pretty crazy. This was definitely pretty crazy. So let's break this down. We're talking about 3 things here. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Extension of the Hand. So, man, oh man. Let's talk instrumental because this is really interesting. First off, the mix is great for how simple the instrumental actually is. The mix for what it is stellar. Vocals sit nice. Everything punches through good. Nothing's clashing or anything at all. Again, instrumental, really well crafted. I assume Tico is the producer. And they did a really good job. But relatively simple instrumental until the outro, and I feel like the outro kind of made it really unique. So the outro is probably the shining star here, but the melody was really wide. I like the way it was mixed, because if you're gonna go with like these short kind of melody kind of songs, like melody only, it's got to be really well mixed, and I do feel like this is a solid mix as well. So definitely gave it that like classical kind of feel, but in a more modern sense a little bit. Yeah, definitely. Let's talk vocals. Zeph is such a fucking talented writer. Like, such a talented writer. Like, some of these punchlines would come at you so fast that you were like, wait, what the fuck? But before we get into that, the mix is great. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. As I said, the vocals sit really nicely on this. So the mix is excellent. And I like Zeph's vocal mix as well. Whoever engineered this definitely did a good for sure. Kind of like gave it that like reverb it needed, but it wasn't too much reverb. It kept the attitude and passion in it, you know, but tightened it up and a little bit of elbow grease, you know. So yeah, mix is great, but writing was everything here. Flow and cadence is definitely a close second. I really like the flow and cadence on this, especially how it's kept up like throughout the whole track. So flow and cadence is really solid here. But I would say writing, to be honest with you. Like, the writing is really, really fucking insane on here. Like, the mix of punchlines and, like, real kind of simple lines and, like, lines you kind of, like, gotta really think about it. There's a lot here. Like, Zeph is definitely a writer that's, like, seasoned and definitely somebody who didn't start writing yesterday. Zeph is definitely a very talented writer for sure. The writer absolutely takes the cake here. It's just excellent for sure. Structure is also a close second. I definitely like the structure for sure. Especially with the outro. Like, you weren't expecting that, So yeah, structure is definitely a close second, but instrumental solid, vocals very solid. Let's talk theme. Now, extension of the hand, there is a kind of like a theme here, but it's really all on the phrase because essentially Zeph breaks down extension of the hand in a couple different punchlines and a couple different lyrics. So it's not necessarily like one theme kind of over, like lapping like the whole song. It's more of a simple phrase theme where Zeph kind of expands on it in a couple different ways, especially towards the end. Like, the lyrics really ramped up, and I feel like the writing on some of them was just like, damn. So, the theme here was great. And then aesthetically, extension of the hand, I mean, relatively simple cover, but I love the editing. Like, the editing to the aesthetics are everything. Simple, but it gets the job done. And I feel like the simplicity of it is, like, perfect. 100% perfect, especially for a whole project. I feel like it does it justice, for sure. But again, the theme kind of gets over, you know what I mean? Like, you kind of understand where this theme slightly comes from, but also, like, the lyrical showcase that you get from something so simple like this. Like, this is one of those tracks you go back to and find another, like, 5 or 6 bars that you either didn't understand or just didn't catch on to. 100%. 100%. So, the theme was great. And I'm actually curious if this was the first track off of the project. Yeah, it was. So, great intro track. As I said about, I think, Blank Thoughts track tonight. Great intro track, you know what I mean? Like, if this was a track that you cut on a Zeph album, and this is the first time you ever heard Zeph, this is a great, great, great fucking intro track. Like, it's gonna hook you in, you know what I mean? It's one of those slow intros, like I was talking about, because sometimes the intros are, like, super hard hitting, and it's like a banger instantly, and you're like, damn, I want to hear the rest. Or it's like one of those slower intros where you get something like this, and it'll lead you to want to explore the rest of the project, you know what I mean? So, well done. Huge shout out to Zeph. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much, much fucking love. Make sure you follow Zeph on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Zeph on Twitter. Zeph is approaching 850, literally 2 away from 850. Go show Zeph some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube upload. And of course, subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 sub-roonies on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. Tips and tricks, all that good stuff. So make sure you go sub to the channel and show these artists some love. And of course, if you've already been showing our channel love, you've been dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff, we appreciate you and we thank you here at Music Mondays. And if you haven't, you better get to subbing. No, I'm just kidding. But huge shout out to everybody that already has, and thank you. And make sure you go do so if you haven't already. But up next, we would have Flamespitter, but Flamespitter did not follow us before submitting. So, Flame, that is one of our only guidelines here on the show, is that you follow us on Twitter before you submit to not only help grow the show, but we never charge for submissions. We never have, we never will. And just to give respect to everybody else that also submits every week. So feel free to drop us a follow and resubmit next week, and we'll be happy to react to your track, my friends. So, up next, we have a first-time submitting artist. I believe they've made SoundCloud Sunday a couple times, but this will be the first time we're reacting to them here on the show. An artist by the name of AZ Bug. Now, no real background. We're going in blind, so we don't know what to expect. So let's get into this. Okay. So, pop this open, a new Tabaroni. Lyrics and description too. Okay, okay, okay. Let's get it, baby. IRL cover. All right, all right, all right. So let's go. Let's go. AZ Bug, good to me.
You're so good to me. Don't think I don't see. Hit me like a tea. You're so good to me. I don't wanna go another day without telling you my thoughts. And if you wanna take me riding down the coast, that'd be okay. I love the beaches. That'd be okay. I love the skies. That'd be okay. We'll count the trees and that'd be okay. We'll watch birds fly. You're so good to me. You're so good to me. Don't think I don't see. Please, please. You're so good to I don't wanna go another day without telling you my thoughts. Okay, you deserve the world and I'm not lying to you. And if you wanna take me riding down the coast one day, okay. I love the beaches. That'd be okay. I love the skies. That'd be okay. We'll count the trees and that'd be okay. We'll watch birds fly. You're so good to me. You're so good to me. Don't think I don't see. Hit me like a tea. You're so good to me. If you wanna come and take a ride with me, gotta throw some roses in the passenger seat. Oh, why do I feel this way? You're so good to me. You're so good to me.
Some of the tags.
Don't think I don't see. Fit me like a tea. You're so good to me. 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 You're so You're so good to me.
Shit, man. Okay. Okay. Pod by Sake the Water. Okay, Sake by the Water. Okay, wait. So, this was pretty crazy. This was pretty fucking crazy. Like, between the instrumental and some of the tags were, like, really on point. Very much an alternative pop vibe, though. Really like the definition of it. This was, like, really well done when it comes to, like, you know, like, taking other elements of certain tracks, but also, like, staying with the roots of what makes certain genres, like, good. You know what I mean? So, this is, like, pretty unique. So, let's break this down. We're going to talk about three things here. We're going to talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Good to Me. So, the theme is kind of cool. It's like one of those themes you don't get to talk about often just because nobody really writes songs like this. Like I feel like this is almost like, it's not like a super positive song, but it's like has like good vibes. You know what I mean? It totally has really good vibes. And that's one thing I like about it a lot. But let's talk about the instrumental here. The instrumental's great. Definitely the melody is a big player here. The mix is solid though. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. I really like the mix. Mix is great. Vocals sit nicely. Everything cuts through good. Really a solid, well-crafted mix for sure. But yeah, the melody here is so prominent and so catchy that like it'd be kind of wrong to say anything else was the shining star outside of the melody when it comes to production. I definitely feel like the Mel is really doing it for me here, especially on a first time listen. It's so memorable, 100%. So the instrumental's great. I like the instrumental choice. The melody's everything. Absolutely the shining star. Let's talk vocals. So vocals are kind of interesting here because there's a couple different things we're gonna touch on. But the mix is solid. Again, nothing clashing to overbearing. I like the vocal mix a lot. It's not like super it's not like super overdone, but it kind of hits the spot when it comes to like this alternative pop kind of vibe. I feel like it's like a nice fine line in the middle. So yeah, the vocals are great here. But man, there's a lot of things I like here, especially like the ad libs and like the backing vocals, and the outro was like particularly nice. A lot of the small things throughout this song really made the difference. So if anyone's ever thinking that like, I shouldn't do ad libs or I shouldn't do that or I shouldn't do this, it makes a difference. And this is one of those tracks you could use as an example as to why. And I think all of the extras in here were really well done. But writing is also stellar. I feel like writing is definitely something to talk about here. I like the delivery as well. It's not like too melodic, but it's melodic enough to like, keep it bouncy. It's like almost teetering on some form of alternative rock, but like it's like such a small part of it that it's like it's totally way more pop sided. But there's a couple of blends here that I really like. But I'd have to say the Shining Star's got to be writing. And writing kind of ties into the theme onto why I like it, but writing for sure definitely hit the spot here. It was like simple writing, but like writing that like was meaningful, and writing that was delivered in a proper way, because I feel like if this wasn't delivered in a proper way, the writing wouldn't be as good. Because again, it's not like it's crazy like lyrical, like super detailed writing. It's very like mellow writing, but it's delivered in such a good way that it amplifies the writing more. You know what I mean? So the writing kind of takes the cake here for me. So yeah, let's talk theme. Obviously the IRL cover is always a solid choice, especially when it's like some photo shoot stuff. Like even like the like DIY covers are always cool, but this is definitely one of those like photo shoot ones that like is just an obvious good choice for a song like this, especially with the melody. You know what I mean? Like totally a solid choice. So the cover nailed it aesthetically. But good to me, the title and the overall theme is again a theme that is not common, right? Like recognizing that somebody actually gives a fuck about you. And I feel like that's like not common. Like people are like, I think getting your feelings out is fine. And I say it on the show literally every week. You know what I mean? Like music is therapy for a lot of these artists. And I think it's it's not only healthy, but I feel like you should write about whatever's going on. The thing is you don't come across a lot of these tracks where it's like positive, we're talking about, appreciating somebody. And it's not the corny type of positivity, it's just a good vibe, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, like, I don't know, it kind of, it'll hit you in a different way because it's not going overboard with the, like, with the positivity. It's not going overboard with the love. It's not super mushy. It's like romantic, but like a good mood. You know what I mean? It doesn't like go super full blown lover. It kind of keeps a lot to the imagination. And I think that is the key here. But just the overall, fact of writing a song about recognizing somebody who's like super good to you is like an amazing thing. Like I think that's really awesome. So just for that alone, I think the theme is excellent. 100%. So with that said, huge shout out to AZ Bug. Make sure you go follow AZ on SoundCloud. They're literally 3 away from 30 followers. So I don't know what you're doing. Go show AZ some love. And of course, make sure you follow AZ Bud Music on Twitter. They are literally 7 away from 150. Great milestone. Go show AZ some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 submarines on the main channel, so make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love. And if you haven't subbed, man, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, tips and tricks, previews, a lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So go sub to the channel, and show these artists some love. Alrighty, my friends. Let's fucking get into it. So, up next, we have the homie Offspring Mysterious, and it's been quite a while since we've heard from Offspring Mysterious. So this will be very, very interesting. So, Offspring has one of the greatest platforms, in the underground, just because they've done so many different things on their platform between visuals, edits, instrumentals, art, writing. Offspring, like I always say, is a definition of, if you're going to take anything from somebody, take the work ethic, take what Offspring does. You know what I mean? So let's get into it, my friends. Offspring submitted Whistles from Above. Let's pop this open a new tab and see what we got here, my friends. 10 months ago, so not brand new, but not like super old either. You know what I mean? So kind of in the middle. Lots of love in the comments too. Holy shit. Excellent fucking description. Always a super detailed description. Always, for sure. Okay. So, Offspring Mysterious. Whistles from Above. Let's go. This is about to be gas. Let's get it, Offspring. Structure's great here. That outro was great. That was a stellar outro, for sure.
Yeah. I'm just scratching the surface.
Yeah, well fucking done. Well done. Much to discuss here, so let's break this down. We're talking about two things, because obviously no vocals. So we're talking about the instrumental, talk about the overall theme of Whistles from Above. So, man, oh man, oh man. So first off, the mix is great. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. I feel like the drums were mixed well. The mells were great. Everything sits nicely. Everything cuts through nicely. Yeah, no gripes with the mix, but usually that's how it goes with Offspring. We've reacted to a couple different types of Offspring content. But when it comes to music, the mix is always pretty well rounded, I must say. So, not really too much of a shocker there. Now, clocking in at 5:46, you guys know my rule of thumb with kind of longer instrumentals, right? If you're going to make them longer, you need to have, a little bit of variety and not repetition. And I think Offspring fucking nailed it when it comes to structure and not making this instrumental repetitive, right? I feel like structure was everything here. Melodies kind of are another close shining star for sure. I would definitely agree that melodies are up there. But when it comes to the thing that, stuck out to me the most was the structure and the switch ups. I feel like the structure was perfect here. Um, especially for the longer kinds of instrumentals, I do feel like, again, your structure has to be a little bit more versatile, and Offspring definitely nailed that for sure. So the instrumental solid definitely tells a story, but the overall theme, aesthetically, this is a crazy Offspring cover. Like, absolutely a crazy Offspring cover. I like the slight edit too of having like the blurred image in the background and just kind of let the cover take front and center. I like the slight edit about this, but even deeper than that, it's definitely got the Offspring touch to it. And no other designer kind of has this kind of touch. So Offspring definitely killed this cover for sure. Aesthetics are on point. Whistles from Above. I mean, we have the detailed story theme in the description, but even from just face value, Whistles from Above is a great track title just because of the melodies. It kind of has this like serene feeling, but like also at the same time, like, a bit of a softer feeling, and the drums kind of keep the bounce. So I do feel like this was like an A1 title, and then the fact that Offspring filled it in with lore and has a detailed description is like even better, literally. So with that said, huge shout out to Offspring Mysterious. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. It was good to sit down and react to some Offspring, man. It's been a minute. Let's get it, baby. Make sure you follow Offspring on SoundCloud. Offspring is literally approaching 2.4 on SoundCloud. Let's fucking go. I remember when Offspring hit like 2K, baby. Let's fucking go. 2.4. And of course, make sure you follow Offspring Mysterious on Twitter. Offspring is approaching 830 on Twitter. So make sure you go show Offspring some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 sub-roonies, so make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love. And if you already have been showing love, dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff, we appreciate you here at Music Mondays, and thank you, my friends. We see you showing love. And if you haven't, again, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show the channel these artists some love. And let's fucking get it, baby. Thank you for the love as always. Happy to make my grand appearance on Music Mondays again. Let's fucking go, Offspring. Let's go. That's what I like to hear, my friend. Welcome back. Let's go. A nice addition as always. As always. So, we are well over our 4-hour limit, but I believe we only have one submission left. And it's from the homie Bassie. Huge shout out to SLM and TDG, by the way, Music Mondays Patreons, who we reacted to earlier. And if you'd like to have your submissions played first, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays Patreon. But our last submission of the night, the homie Bassie, a wonderful, extremely fucking talented alternative artist. Extremely talented. Extremely. And they submitted a track titled Let You Know, or LYK. And the description, little tiny song. Okay, little tiny song. Yeah, that's what they all say till it's a fucking banger. Alright. I love the nostalgic cover too. You guys already know what I'm about to say about this cover, man. Let's get into it. Last submission of the night. Bassie, Let You Know.
Breaking my mind. It'll take some time. Day in, day out. Confined. When it hurts, I let you know that I cry. It's not the first I've ever been through, I won't lie. It's nothing personal, I say that every time. When it hurts, I'll let you know that I cry.
the horizon, and I'm trying to breathe it in, breathe it in. And I know it's impossible to do it on my own, 'cause nothing's drier than smoke, and nothing was spoken. Like I was underwater, but starting to choke, and now my thoughts are getting louder. Please say it isn't true, 'cause I can't keep on hiding. No, I can't keep on hiding away from.
No way. No way. Nah, man. What the fuck? Tiny little song. Holy shit. Oh, man. Wow. Okay. Alright. So we're gonna end the night off on a fucking heater like this, I see. Alright. So, much to talk about here. So, let's break this down. We're talking about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Let You Know. So starting out for the instrumental, man, this is one hell of a passionate, insane, emotion-filled instrumental. Just off the instrumental alone. But before we get into that, the mix is great. Nothing clashing to overbearing. The acoustics sound great, the mellows sound great, the drums at the end sound great. No gripes whatsoever. Stellar, well-rounded mix. Structure, though. The fucking structure for this instrumental is out of this world, man. The build-up, the emotional build-up at that is like everything, man. Everything packed into 253. Like, the instrumental is a 10 out of 10 for me. Like, one of the main definitions of, like, insane alternative rock modern instrumentals. For sure. Really just one of those that, like, hits every corner. It really does. It really fucking does. But the structure takes the cake. Structure definitely takes the cake. The way it's constantly building like a roller coaster, you're just going up, 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 and it kind of climaxes at the top when the drums drop, and it's like, wow. So the structure was everything here. Everything. Let's talk vocals, because vocals are, again, quite the emotional roller coaster. But mix is great. Again, whoever engineered this did a really stellar job. The vocals are really solid, and it has a like a really tight mix, but it's not overdone. It keeps the emotion in it. The vocals sit real nice on everything, including the drums. Everything cuts through nicely, so the mix is really on point. Songwriting is really beautiful, to be honest with you. The songwriting is definitely a talking point for sure. Very notable. Delivery might take the cake, though. The delivery is soft and serious, and it has this like emotion to it that you can't replicate. You know what I mean? Like, if you try to do songs like this and you're not going through what this song is about, then it's not going to sound as good. The delivery is something to behold here. Hook is a close second, though. I would say both, to be honest with you. Like, delivery and the hook just kind of take the cake here as a shining star. Like, just such a great emotional ballad, but is such a great standard for, like, what, you know, some unique alternative rock can sound like. 100%. So delivery was everything, but the writing and the hook in particular were also a really good talking point for sure. Let's talk theme though. So aesthetic wise, you guys already know I'm a huge fan of this cover. These nostalgic kind of, childlike childhood covers are always gonna get you, right? And then just the subtle like LYK edit in the grass is everything here. Simple but super effective for these emotional kind of tracks. Um, so the cover's on point, aesthetics on point, but the overall theme is definitely not an easy one. But again, we have Bassie who is kind of laying it all out on the line and kind of explaining how they feel and how sometimes you yourself can stop a lot of good things, or sometimes people don't understand how you're going through certain things that they can't help or understand. And there's a lot of like complex things talked about in here, and I feel like this is a great way to kind of bring them to the table and really like put words that some people, or put feelings into words that some people can't. And this is totally one of those cases. We've had a few of those tonight, and Bassie's a really talented songwriter when it comes to putting feelings in words that most can't. And I feel like that's exactly what this song is. And of course, it's super therapeutic and a really good relief to be able to write songs like this and put them out, and really to be able to lay your emotions on the table like this. So really well done. Really fucking well done. With that said, huge shout out to Bassie. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, 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 much love. Make sure you follow Bassie on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Bassie on Twitter. Bassie's 2 away from 340. Make sure you show Bassie some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 sub-earnings on the main channel. So make sure you go sub to the main channel, and if you already have, thank you. We see you dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff, and we appreciate it here at Music Mondays. And again, if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel, and new uploads every Thursday and Saturday. Man, what a show. What a fucking show. I hope you guys enjoyed. Huge shout out to everybody that came through, showed love tonight. We're going to say our goodbyes. I'm going to talk about the next week. We're going to talk about how you can submit to 117. And we're just going to show some love to all of our Patreons. So, with that said, huge shout out to anybody that submitted and showed love tonight. Huge shout out to Saint Wave, Alex, Cole, Cloudlifter, Lil Wet Wet, R&B, Lil Caesar, Bloodcat, Laveri, Zeph, AZ Bug, Offspring, SLM, Bassie, TDG, Blank Dot, and everybody else who lurked and chilled tonight on the Music Mondays podcast. And in particular, huge shout out to all of our Patreons that submitted tonight. Bloodcat, again. Cole Gerard, again. SLM, Blank Thought, and TDG. Thank you guys so much for subscribing to the Music Mondays Patreon, and we love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, my friends. So, what's upcoming in the next week or so? Man, oh man, oh man. We have a lot coming out. Workshop Wednesday, another episode of Feature Friday, a brand new article every Friday. We're working out a lot of content pieces here on Music Mondays to kind of get things underway for April. So keep your eyes peeled and make sure you follow us on all social media at All Music Mondays. Follow us on Twitter, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Tumblr, fucking everywhere, literally. And make sure you go show us some love. And of course, submissions open next episode tomorrow. So if you're interested, again, follow us on socials. Submissions will be open tomorrow afternoon. If you're watching this on YouTube, submissions are already open. And of course, you can stream the Music Mondays podcast on all audio platforms at anchor.fm/Music Mondays, Spotify, Apple Music, Podcast, blah, blah, blah. You guys know the drill. You can find us everywhere. Just hit that link. You know what I'm saying? But again, huge shout out to anybody that came through, showed love tonight as well. Cole, Mark, TG, Offspring, Bananas coming in with the 500 biddies tonight, live on episode 116. Thank you so much. I love you, King. And anybody else that lurked and chilled and maybe didn't say anything, I appreciate you for just stopping by and tuning in to the show. You know, it means the world to me. We'll be live for episode 117 next Monday, April 17th. But of course, you can catch me live literally every night here. We're doing watch parties, speed runs. You guys know the drill. I stream 6 days a week. But the Music Mondays podcast, episode 117, will be live next Monday. And again, if you're watching this on YouTube, submissions are already open, so go check our Twitter. Yeah, so lots of really important content coming. I have a staff meeting tomorrow, so you guys will be finding out some really, really good details on what's to come for April and the rest of spring. But yeah, with that said, that's going to do it for the kid. It's your boy, Sam Slays. It's been the Music Mondays podcast. Make sure you follow myself, Music Mondays, and everybody else featured in the description below. And that's about it. We'll see you in a week. I love you guys. Take care. Be safe. And I'll see you next Monday.